Basta pensando de outro não, foi ainda não? Tá bom. Olha bom. Apa design isso aqui?
Não, Erika vem com desenho.
Ah, não vou chamar.
Não, mas viste le petra que penam ni palo assim que mata não, pero. E cara bem como algo colinha também, vamos na Stanley Airport. 1, 2, 3.
Enggak. Kaya basa mo? Yung dalawa din? Tintiki hama din siya, pero ito ba yun? AC.
Dia International Sustainability Air Travel Event.
May awan. Echt marken men, yan sa bay bula din avion di bateria na. Kaya inscribir nos kava, sa bay bula din. Ablif?
Dia 2, sí. This is like a day 2 of the international event, International Sustainable Air Transportation Event, a flight to the future.
Hey Ricardo, agora unas cavi sound check, agora nós cambio de bateria na, no? Sobra termina baja, termina ngao, pero hasta esto me risiko yun.
Everything in masterclass 2 room, no?
Ajá.
Ahorita en mitad.
Y papeando de seguidor, la Mercera manda gente para... No, pero la Mercera manda gente para ir a gente durante el día. Pues ahora que ainda...
Ela está de pescado?
Sei, me trebuie guapo.
Ande fer wax bossen messo, sì.
Já, seguro, no? Sei de guapo, me te para na papel over de ser para ir a gente de campo.
A fly to the future.
Hey, set. Okay, no, poner o schedule per ir a gente. Aí, ponta de aqui, Ei, sim. Ei, 1, 2. Ei, sim. Ei. Isami, 1, 2.
International, International Sustainable Air Transportation Event.
Ei, sim. Ei.
International.
1, 2. Ei, sim.
Sustainable.
1, 2. Ei.
Air Transportation Event. E nota un vuelo che ti va nel futuro, sì, no? Ma nei movies non si può subire avião barra di un altro.
E breakout session, avitare.
But else we back to the past.
Avitare na...
Ma nei nome di film che stava da strano, perché quando vai back nel futuro non è para trás.
Para 4.
Per il materiale di breaker rooms inteiro.
4 é para começar. So, my second year. Prometo isso aí.
Comecei mais ainda, Ricardo?
Ja. Lagad na, ay. Wat in basta smak.
Se você bem esta compressa áudio, questo è una buona da buon per guardare in live come siete pensati. Non sto per pensare che noi quando era quella che va in viaggio.
Aha, mi sta Ricardo, perché mi segui papia? Ci picche meno ora uno streak di lanciare non saper riarrange camera. Eu acho que por aqui para você assinar. Tipo. Hey, sim. 1, 2. Hey. Bisa, Ricardo. Tem que papel aí? Ou bota bom? Ou fique mais? Ablif? da clock na nang rearrange the losing TV. Hey. Hey, sí. 1, 2. Hey. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Hey, sí. Pip. 1, 2. Ablief, ¿qué pasa? Sigue papel para nomás. ¿O botar claro? Can arriba stage? Bom. Não vou começar a banda aqui. Ei, 1, 2. Ei, a você tem extra reactor aqui na 5.000? Você tem para trás? Reactor 5.000? Mas seperti uma supostamente. Isso aí tem piquemento. Não está assim, você não. Ei, 1, 2. Ei, sim. Ei. Ei, sim. Ei. 1, 2. Ei, sim. Ei. Sigue vai. Ei, 1, 2. Abrir. 1, 2. Ei, sim. Ei, 1. Ei, 2. 4, 5. Ei, sim. 1. Ei. Papel comigo. Ei, 1. Ei. Ahora sí, mío. Clava, vaya. Uno, hey, 2, hey, 3. Papel comigo, Ricardo. You good to go?
1, 2. Check on that. Mic. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Salió? 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. A. One, two, A. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2.
Good morning. Bon dia, everyone, to the second day of the Flight to the Future conference hosted by the DCCA. I would like to also give a warm welcome to Mrs. Brigitte Gijsbergs from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management of the Netherlands, who's also joining us today, as well as our CEOs of the Dutch Caribbean Cooperation of Airports. Of course, all of our industry partners, our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, and our guests, including those who are also joining us virtually today. Welcome once more. Today's program is themed Build for Experience, and we've invited our partners in the tourism industry to join in on the conversation on sustainability. Today, we will hear more on how we can make the experience of each visitor more sustainable, while also keeping in mind a special touch of authenticity related to the unique qualities of each destination. And we definitely will gain insight on how this journey has been within the Caribbean region. Our first speaker for today will dive right into the importance of sustainable tourism and how it is everyone's business, really. We heard from the CEO of the Galapagos Ecological Airport yesterday that sustainability is not a destination per se, but rather a journey. As the CEO of the Tourism Cooperation Bonaire, Miles Mercera, also believes that sustainability is not only green or greenwashing, it is a mindset, it is a choice, and it's also a commitment for future generations. Let's welcome to the stage CEO of Tourism Cooperation Bonaire, Mr. Miles Mercera.
Good morning. Do we have a clicker? Waiting for the clicker. Yes. Good morning. All good? Rise and shine. Good morning. Okay, that's bon dia, that's the spirit. While I'm waiting for my clicker, I want all of you to just stand up with me a little bit. I know it's early morning, we're in our laptops thinking about work, thinking about life, thinking about the washing machine for Saturday. So let's get it going. I know the drama. But today I want to share with you a journey. And today I'm going to also put some disclaimers on it. My name is Miles Mercera, part of the tourism board team in the island of Bonaire. I'm 34 years old and I do not have a PhD in sustainable tourism, but I do have a passion for tourism. And what I'm going to do today, this morning, is to share with you my passion, my vision, my overarching ideas of what I believe sustainable tourism is. Not based on a theory textbook I worked in my master's degree, but based on the real-life experience that I've seen around the world and in the little experience that I have in my life since I started working when I was 15. So by now, I would almost say I have over a decade of experience, but starting young and still trying to be young every day. That's why I'm wearing sneakers today as well. So those are my kanttekeningen for today. The topic for the next 32 minutes left will be the future of sustainable tourism. And that to me is also an experience I'm going to share with you on some highlights of what I see globally, but also what I see what we're doing in the island of Bonaire that I believe also deserves some information for the world to know. So back to the screen. Who am I? That's me. I still look the same. I did only shave a little bit just to make sure I look younger today. But that's still me, and this is me happily on the island of Bonaire. So with that said, are you ready? So take a seat. And hopefully you're energized now for the next 31 minutes because we still have a long journey to go. So when we talk about sustainable tourism story, we talk about different things. And I do believe, and when I read it online as well, whenever we talk about sustainable tourism, the biggest challenge is how do we manage perception, our reality, and our future. Even though that we have a beautiful idea, critics from maybe a newspaper or maybe an online magazine will always say, oh no, that's not sustainable. You're only doing this to gain this. So there's always a reality from people might sometimes based on the truth, but sometimes based on a certain guilt that, you know what, you will never really be able to be sustainable. And that also goes back to perception. What is the real truth behind the definition of what sustainable tourism is? And hopefully today we'll be discussing that journey as well. And in the last 48 hours, while sitting in the conference and listening in to all the great speakers, I've also did some research of my own. I've asked individual questions to different people during the conference of what is sustainable tourism to them. And I'm going to share with you most of the answers that were shared with me in the last 48 hours, or let's say 24 hours, because I was sleeping, so I could not count the ones that I was asking during my sleep. But in any case, in the last 24 hours. The first thing people respond to me is, sustainable tourism is just adding solar panels to your property. I'm sustainable because I do have solar panels installed. Or people talk about, oh no, but my car rental in my hotel is completely electric. I have green cars. That means we're doing something sustainable. Other people say, you know what, I did not use my towel. I did not throw it down for him to be washed. That means that I'm sustainable as a visitor, as a person. Know that they put the key card in your room, use your towel twice, and then save the environment and save the world. And most people still on vacation, they deliberately just throw the towel down because they feel like, okay, I paid for the room, I want you to wash, I want fresh new towels every day. I'm guilty for that as well. Other people talk about sustainable tourism in just getting a Green Destination Award or getting an award or recognition for being some kind of sustainable in a way. When we talk about, we have several, I think, programs around the world where you pay a membership, they come in, they do an audit, you have an Excel sheet, and then you need to change something for the future. This is, again, what I call the bare minimum. When we talk about airlines, and I think this is also in aviation, we talk about, oh yeah, an airline told me we have digital boarding pass. It means we're not printing it anymore. And all of this is, for me, 10%, the basics. This is not the definition of what sustainable tourism is all about. Sustainable tourism is much more and much beyond when we look at the matrix of what the in-house, when you say the real content regarding it really is. So today we want to have a conversation. How do we take that 10% and make it maybe 80 or 90%? What are those actions that we need to take into account when thinking about the topic sustainable tourism? And then if you ask me today as a person, is tourism an economic driver for our well-being? The answer might be yes, the answer might be no. In some cases, in different destinations, you have different views of how tourism impacts your local community or your economic driver. But in any case, the same story when we talk about tourism as being one of the biggest industries that I call my passion of my life, the same story also has a flip to the coin. And the flip to the coin of the sustainable tourism journey is, what is the opposite side of tourism? The opposite side of tourism is also this, what we, I think, talked about lengthily yesterday. The opposite side of it is also pollution. Guaranteed, you know that you will bring in more waste and trash on your island when you talk about sustainable tourism, when you talk about tourism in general. It also talks about people standing up, stating, for example, in states in the world, this is too much. We do not want this anymore. Or we want to change. Or these are people are taking over our culture, our DNA, who we are as a person. And all of this is basically, again, going back to the first slides that we showed, perception, reality, and the future. How do we actually manage it? So based on my first Q&As in the last 24 hours, asking random people of what they feel the definition of sustainable tourism is, I also went to my best friend in the whole world. Who's that? Google. And Google told me very easily, the simple answer is this: tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of visitors, the industry, the environment, and host communities. So this is based on Google. I thought he was my best friend, but he didn't simplify it for me. But in any case, if I ask you the same question this morning, if you stand up, that means you agree. If you sit down, that means you do not agree. The choice is yours, and you have about 10 seconds to think. I see somebody hesitating. He's standing up, so he agrees. One more. So for the ones still sleeping, if you keep on sitting down, that means you disagree with this position or this statement. And this is from Google, not me. And if you stand up, that means this is what I feel sustainable tourism is all about. And the ones standing up, please remain as is. I'm going to ask. They're like, okay, correct. They're going to ask, no punta namin nada. I'm going to stand up. That's the safe side. I'm going to ask somebody who's sitting down right there. You, the first one. Why you're still sitting down? Okay. The one standing up. Why did you stand up?
I think it addresses all the major things
Issues.
that come with sustainable tourism.
Okay. I'm going to share with you as well, while you're still standing up, and believe me, this person can stand up for 24 hours and nothing will happen, so don't worry. But while you're standing up, sustainable tourism is like marriage. You can never actually meet all of the needs from both sides of the story, or both sides of the story. We all know it. One day we're happy, one day we're not happy, and we had a great dinner yesterday, and I think somebody told me a happy wife is a happy life. But even with that, they said, sometimes, it doesn't always really happen. And sustainable tourism is similar to that. You can never actually get it right, because there will always be somebody or something happening that tells you you're not doing it right, and this is not based on whatever sustainable tourism is all about, and you're just saying something, but nothing really happens, and I still see a cruise, or I still see an airplane coming in. You can never actually get it right. And that love and hate relationship is something that we need to address as human beings. But now let's go back to sustainable tourism. I'm not here for marriage counseling, so let's go back to sustainable tourism, so you may have a seat, and then we'll continue on the journey and conversation. But if you do not, let me just wait the marriage counseling for later. But back to sustainable tourism, that is exactly what we're all dealing with as destinations, as corporations, as organizations, as airports. We're all dealing with the definition and really putting content behind it to make sure that we try to live up to the expectations of different perceptions around the world of what it really means. But in everything that we have discussed, from my understanding, the most important element is basically us as human beings, the human factor within sustainable tourism. What is it actually that drives the decisions, the choices, the perception, and also the things that we say that this is a priority? It's almost 100% the human factor in everything that we do. And based on this human factor, we also talk about successful sustainable tourism requires communities to be involved in how destinations are managed, maintained, and or marketed to visitors. There's a greater recognition than before to ensure communities benefit, as well as having a greater say in tourism that flows in their areas. Again, still based on what maybe sometimes Google says or what theory says, but it all goes back to the human factor within the tourism sustainable industry. So my question today as well, what I want to discuss with you all is, how can tourism inspire and leave no footprint behind for future generations? How do we inspire the new generation to look differently upon an industry that is now also being chased a lot, discussed a lot, but also criticized a lot on what the impact is on the world? But there is a major fact when we talked about, which we are also not really taking, that we're taking for granted. A fact is that our labor practices remained ignored in our industry. And if you look at all sustainable tourism conferences around the world, we only talk about CO2, we talk about, for example, electric cars, electric flying, but we do not talk about the human factor. How do we ensure that the human factor, which is one of the biggest assets of everything in life, are also part of the global change for development for sustainable tourism? It's still, we know that especially when we look at the younger future, and that's different from different destinations, the young are the future, but many in the travel industry don't act like it. When it comes to employing them, in some countries, the tourism industry struggles to attract youth. Most of our university graduates also say that they don't end up in the industry that we call home, that we call so beautiful. So how do you actually make tourism sexy again? And not again, but really sexy, but based on a vision, based on sustainable practices that should take into account the human factor as well. Because when we review all of the documents and presentations around the world, we only talk about investment in your bigger building to make sure it's more efficient, the processes, but we do not talk about the actual human factor within it. And if you ask the young generation, most people say, they love to travel, but working in the industry is still considered the low end. the plan D sometimes. And of course, it varies per destination. Sometimes you don't have an option. But this is a clear reality of what the tourism industry also represents. So when we look at it from a holistic or a macro level approach, the human factor is also an important component that we need to incorporate in our discussions and have the discussion on it. The labor part of it isn't receiving the attention it should. Even worse, the necessary discussions still aren't there. We're really not discussing the actual quality of life, the actual improvement of life that tourism brings to not only giving a salary, but really paying off your investment. And when we look at it from that perspective, we understand that the 10% that we discussed at the beginning, solar panels and everything else that we do, is beautiful, but the most important component we're not really investing in as well. When we look at the university programs around the world, the tourism industry programs in terms of amount of people choosing for it is also declining. Less people are choosing for getting a PhD or a master's or a bachelor's or an associate's degree in tourism management or whatever hospitality management course that you believe in. What does it say? How can we make sure that that's also changed for the future? And this is something as well that might seem trivial or small today, but in the larger discussion of sustainable tourism development, this is an important human factor that we need to take into account. Otherwise, we will be building the most efficient airlines, most efficient buildings, most efficient cars, but we're losing track of the human factor that makes what I believe the world move around, that makes tourism move around, which is our people. And the same energy, we need to make sure that we need to invest in them as well. And then when I say them, I talk about us. So based on that theory of a few different side notes of flipping the coin, but also understanding what's happening, we pose the question again, so what is again sustainable tourism development? And when you look at it, I always say, how can we turn tourism into a force for the global good? I think if you go 50 years back or 60 years back, we all know what missionaries were, right? They traveled around the world to preach and inspire people to follow a certain religion, certain position, or a certain way of life, whatever you want to call it. The same tourism industry as a tool, as a model, has the same power to be a force for global good. I'm going to share with you why as well. The first thing we know that people do when traveling, they are happy. They are in a mindset of life that everything is possible. They don't even think about work anymore. They are extremely happy just for the fact that they can jump on a plane and see the world. Some people take 2 years to make sure that they have some money available. That's why they get mad when the airline cancels. Or some people just take a week break off and say, I want to see the world. The same people, when traveling, we know as a fact, people are open for conversations. People are open for meeting new people. In your daily routine, you're always like, meeting tempo. Like, you're always on the go. But upon traveling, just sitting at a bar outside, people will eventually talk to you. Where are you from? What are you doing? You're here on vacation. Are you alone? They are genuinely interested in the conversation to talk to say, I've met somebody in a foreign country and I learned about his or her job. What we also know about our visitors around the world is they love to share the experiences they had upon traveling. That means you have a happy person, a person that is open to receive new information because they are the ones asking questions and talking to people everywhere they go. But also you have a visitor that is there to share everything of their experience. Why? Because they want to be the first with that Instagram picture on the most coolest destinations or the most remote destinations. If they have a better room than the neighbor they had last time, they will post it to showcase their view. They have instead of a pool view, they have an ocean view. That means that we have the visitor locked into an era that are open to share. And when they're sharing their good with the world. So the tourism industry, based on that, is an inspiration and is a transformative power of tourism. So the same way that the missionaries went around the world to make sure they preached and inspired a whole new generation to follow a certain trend, how can we use the tourism model to do the same thing? They are traveling, they're receptive, they are open, and they want to learn new things. But instead of doing the kumbaya or the similar thing that we do every time, what can we do to make sure that they go back and share the best practices of the world? And that today is what we're going to do as well. How can the tourism industry work as a tool to educate our visitors? Each visitor that we can educate is an impact in the world that we can make sure that we are doing what the world needs to do. It's inspiration and education of a generation that sometimes does not know better. And a new generation coming up that needs to know better. And if you follow this train of thought, we're going to share with you our Bonaire story as well. What are the things that we're doing to shape up and to not only inspire, but also educate our visitors? Making sure that they're not only counted as the visitor that came in as PAX 1 and we celebrate because we have 10% increase, but we talk about how do we make sure that each visitor that comes down is informed and educated on a vision and for a purpose for the good. And we're going to share with you some programs on it. Mind you, doesn't mean that Bonaire is a front runner or is a number one, can only do it. We're just sharing with you, which I believe, which we have to do much more in the region, share what we can do collectively as a region to make sure we're doing it collectively together. And today, our Bonaire story is going to speak exactly on that. So when you ask me, and of course, I'm biased because I'm from the island and I love it, is what I say is where Mother Nature loves human nature. And how do you make sure that this process is in sync? How do you keep the balance between what is so rich from your environmental side, the human factor side, and everything else that Bonaire has to offer? And before we get into that, a quick question. By a show of hands, how many of you have visited the island of Bonaire? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And most of you, I believe, live in the Caribbean region. And even yesterday, I spoke to somebody and they told me, oh, I've never been to Bonaire and I live in Aruba. I'm like, And they've been to China, they've been to Miami, they've been to New York. But Bonaire, which is maybe 10 minutes away or 20 minutes by now away, they've never been. We're losing track in our own backyard. And we're thinking that we need to take over somewhere in Indonesia, and we're not investing in our own communities. So for the ones who haven't visited Bonaire, I'm going to give you a small introduction of 20 seconds of what Bonaire is to us.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
A quick introduction of what I call my home. It's a beautiful island, I know, it's a beautiful island, I know. So the first thing when we discussed, we said, how can we make tourism for the good? This is what we introduced a year and a half ago, the Bonaire Bond. The Bonaire Bond is a pledge, is a visitor signing actually a waiver to enjoy our island. A visitor committing themselves to making sure that they respect our ethos, respect our culture, and be educated on what to do on a vacation. Because believe me, the craziest things happen during the vacation time, and you believe, okay, like back home you won't do it. Like, why would you do it in a different country? So, but the Bonaire Bond is an inspiration for good, where we try to educate and inform our visitors on what we believe is their ethos whenever they visit us. And the Bonaire Bond is something that we're going to share with you right now of an example that I believe others should also adopt. And we're going to share with you why as well.
Our future depends on nature. When it blossoms, we blossom. And when it shines, we shine. And when it's full of life, we become attuned to the beauty of it. We've been dedicating our island spirit to the conservation and protection of our ecosystem and environment for over 50 years. We've established ways and practices to simply protect and preserve what is ours. And though small changes may seem trivial, it can have a big impact on our lives. So, as a visitor and our friend, we ask you to respect our ocean, people, land, and ethos. Be mindful of the sea and how we treat it to keep Bonaire blue. Respect the home and culture of our community as if they were your own. Remain courteous to the wildlife and capture stunning photos of the beautiful animals that wander our island. Be eco-conscious by skipping the plastic and safely drinking the tap water. Experience our island to the fullest, but be safe and tread lightly and leave no trace but footprints behind. By taking the Bonaire Bond Pledge, you become an integral part of maintaining our commitment to the environment, our unique identity, and each other. We invite you to sign the Bonaire Bond and help us reinvest in our conservation efforts. Let's continue to elevate the values that Bonaire holds and continue to preserve our island for future generations to come.
And the cool thing about this program that I believe is really, really cool is by taking this pledge, we're also committing from our side as a destination. What we're doing is for each visitor who takes the time to make sure that they understand the rules and regulations, what I call, or the pledge, we also invest back. For each visitor that signs, we plant a coral tree underwater on behalf of them with their name on it. So imagine that each visitor coming down, we plant and reinvest in our corals. We reinvest in what Bonaire is all about, which is your diverse paradise. We make sure that for future generations, we do have that intact. So the same pledge talks about being a friend to our environment, drinking tap water, but also capturing but not touching our animals, but making sure that you keep Bonaire blue by being part of the community. And this is why we believe that the Bonaire Pledge is one vehicle, one way where we can transform the tourism power into something good, where we educate and inspire our visitors. And why? Because we know that without our communities and natural resources, we wouldn't have a product to offer. At the end of the day, without the thing that I think Bonaire is always known about in the world, the diverse paradise, without our environment or underwater world, we do not have anything to offer. Without our communities, our people, our culture, we do not have anything to offer. So hence, that's why the importance on making sure that we plant, for example, a tree for each visitor that signs the pledge on the island of Bonaire prior to arrival or upon arrival. That's why we say as well, we develop programs where a visitor comes down to the island and participates in our local programs to preserve, conserve for future generations. It doesn't mean that you have to work 7 days a week when you're on vacation on Bonaire, but there are programs where we try to encourage people, instead of just going on a sailing boat, drinking pina colada, or taking a tour, make sure that you do something good for the future. And find the right people who are, and they say in Dutch, bewust. They are conscious that, okay, we're traveling and we're leaving something better behind, and this is my way of contributing to the future. That's why we also introduced apparently a few weeks ago, but also at the moment running, something called Astronauts. And Astronauts is a program that we've launched in collaboration with our on-island partners, basically trying to change the conversation. For the past decade, I think we've all been so invested with our limited funds by billionaires talking about something, space tourism. We're so invested into we want to go to space. We talk about the Richard Bransons of the world, the Elon Musk. We're investing our time and energy of going to space, seeing something that we have never seen before. But we're not realizing that astronauts can also be on Earth. Not space tourism, of course, but even our own backyard, even today, we haven't seen Bonaire yet, means that we have not explored Mother Earth. We have not invested enough in our own Earth. And Astronauts is a program that we've launched recently, we're currently running, where we're searching for astronauts or to become astronauts on the island of Bonaire and reinvest in their time to come to Bonaire. So as we enter the age of space tourism, we want to show travelers there are still places on our own planet worth exploring. So with the help of conservation-focused organizations, we've created the Astronauts program to inspire travelers to be part of our mission of sustainability, exploration, and adventure. And how did we roll out this project? We've basically put our on shoes and we went to the biggest places where we know people are. We went to Jeff. We also went to Elon Musk. Hey Elon, you need a rocket to visit the final frontier. We also went to Richard Branson. In his backyard, the final frontier sounds nice, but ours has beaches. Again, a way to trigger the bell on these powerful billionaires in the world, not from a PR perspective, but from a perspective that we're trying to make sure that these people are also noticing what we're leaving behind, which is our own Mother Earth. And the Astronauts program is exactly that, and which in a week and a half, we will be having down a group of several pretending and wanting to be astronauts that will be flying down to Bonaire on an all-paid expense trip to inspire, be educated, and making sure they're being part of several social programs on the island of Bonaire, from preserving our historic documents, making sure they're planting a tree on Klein Bonaire, or feeding the donkeys and working at the donkey sanctuary, whatever it is that there's within their scope that they can participate in. The Astronauts program is also a program that will be open after November, the end of November, for the generic travelers, where people are invited to sign up for these programs and be part of the local organizations on island who do it without money, who just do it based on subsidy and help and people coming in and paying a price. But how can we make sure our visitors are not booking just generic tours, but going on these, what we say, education and inspired programs on the island of Bonaire, which is the second part where we also talk about electric flying. On the island of Bonaire, of course, we know and we're very proud that we will soon also be hosting something what we call electric flying as well. We will be very soon launching what we see when we see the development on life, our eFlight Academy, where we use as well the tool of our, let's say, electric flying as an education for good, where we know that we can bring people down to be educated on to becoming a pilot, a licensed, let's say, almost licensed pilot to fly an electric plane, but doing it in an environment while also contributing and making sure that you're seeing the beauty of nature. The eFlight Academy is coming very, very soon, and we're hoping as well to launch it very soon. But this is a program as well that will be fostering our vision for the good, our vision to making sure that our visitors are also participating and choosing the destination based on the greater good, rather than just drinking something on the beach and partying on Friday night, which is fun, we do it too, but it needs to be in balance as well. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, I think COVID allowed us to reinvent the way we fund, the way we think, the way we manage tourism. But the same COVID did not really trigger the real changes yet, because the only thing that we're trying to do as destinations is going back to the normal, going back to that pre-pandemic numbers, going back, trying to solidify, to say, we are back on track because we have been doing the same thing 2019, and now we're up. That means that we haven't really learned the lesson of what COVID, I believe the positive side of it, tried to learn us in life. Going back to the basics, the human factor of what I think tourism and destinations are all about. And what we did, for example, on the island of Bonaire is the one thing that we know tourism always is lacking is how do we actually fund it? And the Bonaire story also talks about we had an old model. The old model was you pay a room tax at the hotel and you pay 9%, and we all know what happened in the past few years. The growth of Airbnb, the biggest challenge of alternative accommodations, and we knew that for the past 10 years, we are not receiving actually any income from the tourism industry based on the room tax or also what you call the car rental tax, whatever you want to call it, based on, okay, the numbers, they don't match. So what we also did is try to reinvent to make sure that each visitor has an obligation to contribute to the environment, to the people, to the community, to the infrastructure, based on the model that works in 2022 and beyond. We all know that at the end of the day, the discussions of having a level playing field are endless. We all know that the discussions will not actually happen on time. But what can we do? And that's why we introduced the visitor's entry tax, where we know that as an island we have that as I think, a given. There's only one way to enter. You have to come by the airport. So making sure that we have our models in place to check the balances upon the airport, upon arrival, to make sure that everybody contributes, regardless of where they're staying, regardless of the impact. But their simple choice of choosing the destination also making sure that they're contributing to the greater good for the destination, which also comes with the program online. So within a few short period, if you go back to what we normally was collecting per month on the island of Bonaire, about 200 or 250,000 US dollars per month, now with the entry tax, you're collecting about 900,000 per month. So you can imagine that for the past decades, how much money wasn't really invested or brought in by the tourism industry based on an old model that doesn't really work for destinations that you have a large portfolio of scattered room types and accommodations. Again, trying to look at it from a different perspective. But let's go back to, I think, the story. So how can we inspire travelers to find beauty in new experiences? How do you actually go from this, which is your typical Caribbean destination? If we put any logo from any island from the Dutch Caribbean here, people will say, oh, that's it. St. Martin, if it's Aruba, or if it's Curaçao or Bonaire, it doesn't matter. People will say, that's the Caribbean. Because this is what we have traditionally invested our time and energy in of promoting of what Caribbean is all about. Sun, sea, and sand, drinking your pina colada, which is nice, but the Caribbean can also be this. The Caribbean can also be a set of imagery, a set of experiences that is not traditional sitting on the beach and asking the waiter for questions. The Caribbean can also be for exploring, making sure that these beautiful birds are seen, not touched, but seen from afar and taking pictures of. This is a beautiful picture of a lovebird story on the island of Bonaire. So if you're looking for love, you can find it in Bonaire as well. If you're a bird. No, it's open for all. We do not, that's a very good question. But the same picture, if you go back to what traditionally we do as the Caribbean region, the Caribbean can also be this. This is a Milky Way scene on the island of Bonaire, and do you know why? It's just because Bonaire, 80% of the island is still intact in terms of not so many lights or cars roaming around that will hamper your sight, your views of what the sky is all about. But why don't people travel to the region to see this? They think they have to go somewhere in the desert, somewhere to see it. But you can actually see it on a daily basis on the island of Bonaire. The most beautiful scrapes of the Milky Way. This is just 10 minutes from where I live. And these are pictures taken by real visitors coming to the destination and seeing what they feel of what the Caribbean is all about. When we talk about crowd management, we only think about creating lines and spreading the people. Crowd management is also creating new assets and new experiences with our natural resources to making sure that people are spread around the island and not bombarded into one activity which we all know, the ATV, or going to do this, or going to the beach. Making sure that we're using our assets from bird watching, from hiking, to making sure we're spreading them around the island, and also putting a different perspective of how we educate and taking care of not only the environment, but also our visitors. And at the end of the day, what we want to achieve is that the people go back not only with a magnet to put on the fridge, but actually going back with a memory and experience of good that they can share back with the people around them about how they can contribute to a sustainable, not only tourism, sustainable life. A life that is based on a different set of values and that is not influenced by the norm that we have created as an industry for the past decades. And this is a journey that we wanted to share with you today, and that's our Bonaire story. And at lastly, we want to share with you a small video of how we see it from a visitor, from a local perspective, on how we see the island of Bonaire. But the takeaway for today as well is sustainable tourism isn't greenwashing. What we see most people just do is making sure that they are part of an ISO 900, taking a picture, staying on the press release, and say, we have been audited. It goes much more than that. It isn't also singing Kumbaya, it's business. We all know we have to make money as well. It's part of our lifeline. We haven't invented something new to pay yet. Bitcoin, but still you have to work for it as well. But it's also business with a purpose. And that purpose should be defined by all of us as destinations, as leaders, as we move forward. It's also a mindset. It's not, and that's why I love what he said yesterday as well, it's not a destination, it's a journey. And it's like marriage, so you will never actually do it right. But you are on a journey focusing on realizing a greater goal that is beyond your control. But it's also a choice. And that choice that we have to make on a daily basis is, what do we want to leave behind and what type of impact do we want to have on the world? Do we just measure it based on the volume, or do we measure it on the quality of that we have left behind and the people that we have inspired? And the same story also means that sometimes it's lonely. Because you have a vision, you have an idea, but you're walking in front, most of the time by yourself. But people at the end will follow. We're human beings and we need the energy of each other. At the end of the day, we all follow whatever that is good, whatever that we believe that we have inspired a new generation. Similar to visitors, similar to leaders in our countries. We need to make sure that walking alone will not stop us from making these determined decisions to shift and change the way we do business, change the way we evaluate or recognize performance, and making sure that we actually do something when we talk about sustainable development or sustainable tourism. So with that said, this is my
Sakit amikas, pero eter aquí no ta dimi. E no ta pertenecen a ningún gente, eta dinostur. That's what I love most about this island. It was made to be explored, discovered, encountered in its natural state. Here, the warmth of the sunshine is matched only by the warmth of the people. The soul of the island is protected by the souls on the island. In Bonaire, it's not about expanding, but more preserving both nature and ourselves. Lo cual kutaha si Bonaire asina especial, no ta solamente lo cual ko eting, pero más importante, lo cual ku en nothing.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Miles, for the inspiration and for showing us how Bonaire is, what what the sustainable tourism is looking like for Bonaire at this very moment. And we have questions. I want to remind all of you that you can ask questions traditionally. We have a handheld mic available. You can also log in through Slido. You have your QR code on the table for the audience watching virtually as well. You can also participate in the conversation through the link, so you can ask your question to Miles or to any other speaker or panelist throughout this morning. So let's just go directly to the questions. We have the first one that says, what can be done in the short term to bridge this gap in human factors in the tourism industry, keeping sustainability on top?
I think the easiest way is to open up the conversation. The human factor, I think what we discuss as well, we're not having the conversation of actually doing it, of actually making a change. We talk about all regulations around the world, we talk about laws for importing electric cars, but we do not talk about laws that fosters the tourism industry as a human capital asset that we need to empower as well. And I'm going to take as well a few examples. It doesn't mean that Bonaire is everything is right. It also means that working in the industry, still today, you cannot have what we call a pension plan. We do not have something that we call that even or your, and Aruba I think is different, your tips are being belasted. We say when you get some extra tips, you're paying additional tax on it. So things that will inspire and make it as well better, not only on a money-wise, but also your environment, the way you work. Talking about as well the 7-day work week or 6-day work week and 1 day off. Things that we know that are not, again, in 2022 and beyond. The new generation will not accept working 6 days a week and one day off. So that means, what can we do to make it not only sexy, but I use the word too much, I believe, but making sure that this gap is bridged between the way we do it and the way it actually is being done.
All right, thank you very much. We have another question that says, tourism in Bonaire is in development versus Aruba. How does the complexity differ from Aruba with regards to the marketing, education of locals and tourists?
Okay, so that's like a two-in-one. That's a complex question. I would start with the last part, which is, okay, that's why I think we've showed several pictures of the way we market as well. So whenever we market Bonaire, and we try to do it on a daily basis, we try to remove the component of pricing, making sure that we do not get visitors just because they saw an ad for $6.99 you can go for a week and spend there. Making sure that people choose it based on a value, based on a proposition that we want to propose. Hence, that's why we have eliminated all of what we have done traditionally, our co-op plans. We always find a tour operator, we give them money, and they create the image and the brand of what we are in the world. They say, this is Bonaire, and this is the price, and you just go regardless of what the island has to offer. Our way of thinking is removing all of these traditional way of the way we do in marketing and making sure that we position a value. And that means that we're trying to connect directly with our consumers, making sure that they choose it based on the value and based for education for good and how they can be part of it. And of course, in between, you will find visitors who would just choose it based on something you saw on a deal. But as a destination, as a tourism board, we do not and never have to go into the pricing strategy, discounted rates to get people in, making sure that people choose you based on the value and not based on the price that you had online to show.
Thank you very much. We have one question here from Dennis that says, will Bonaire integrate the responsible tourism model with the sustainable tourism model to address the shortcomings of sustainable tourism?
That's a very good question. I'm trying to understand the responsible tourism model, if the person can just explain to me what their perception is. Dennis, or are you alive?
Yes. Can we have a mic for Dennis?
All right, so good morning, everybody. So I'm asking about the responsible tourism model because my PhD looks at the difference between the sustainable tourism model and the responsible tourism model in a kind of way. So responsible tourism takes into account who exactly will be responsible for sustainable tourism, because sustainable tourism, it doesn't say who exactly is going to be responsible for A, B, and C. So that's what responsible tourism kind of looks at. It gives you more details about who exactly is going to do what. Because if something happens in sustainable tourism, they could easily just throw everything back at you and say, well, you're responsible for that. But in responsible tourism, no, it says Jack is responsible for this cat, Apple, yeah, those kind of different things. So do you think that you would integrate it somehow?
Oh, that's a very good question. I understand now where you're coming from. And this is exactly, I think, the model that works. And I think in your intro, we discussed tourism, sustainable tourism is everyone's business. So there isn't one entity or one minister or one political party that needs to introduce it or implement it. It's everyone's business. But what we have to do as a country is recognize that these individual efforts are also part of the mainstream. Let me give you an example. 80 years ago, Bonaire took a decision to protect all of its waters. So the entire surrounding water is a marine park. The marine park is being managed and you pay a fee to go enter the water for snorkeling or diving. Is being recognized by law that the visitors, foreign people, need to pay a fee to be there, and you recognize the organization on how to manage it. That means you're putting your efforts and your, let's say, the responsibility in the different organizations on island that will be responsible for the total package. But this is, again, a strategy which implemented many, many years ago, even before we started talking about sustainable tourism, where we said it is important to protect our waters. And that's an important element of the entire base of what Bonaire is all about.
Thank you very much for your question, Dennis. Our time is up, but I would also like to ask you, Miles, for those who are watching virtually and perhaps they have a question that they still want to address or they want to ask, they want to have a conversation, where can they reach out to you to continue this conversation?
In Bonaire.
Note to buy the ticket to go to Bonaire. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Everybody, a big round of applause for Mr. Miles Mercera. All right, our second speaker for today brings a wealth of knowledge and a proven track record that has elevated Aruba's tourism industry to the next level. Her forward-thinking, innovative leadership, and fierce enthusiasm and key focus on sustainable practices have driven Aruba's tourism market and product upward. Here to share with us more on sustainability and Aruba's destination marketing strategy, let's welcome the CEO of the Aruba Tourism Authority, Mrs. Ronella Croes.
Well, good morning, bon dia. I can't see who's in the crowd exactly, but Miles, I'm not sure where you are, but thumbs up. Huge thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. And as I was sitting there, Miles, and for all present here this morning, it is certainly a pleasure to be here, but I then went back to one of the challenges of not only following Miles, but one of the other challenges of this conference, and those, the organizing committee can attest to that. But as we were going through the agenda points and, you know, the AT being asked to talk about sustainable development, Miles on behalf of Bonaire, and the other speakers that will follow, one of the challenges was like, hey, organizing committee, how do we make sure that the topics do not overlap? And that is exactly what came to mind this morning. So yes, we prepared a presentation for you. And yes, we will elaborate on several things that perhaps are different than Bonaire's story. Certainly, it is a different destination, but there are commonalities as well. And that is something that we recognize prior to even standing here. I am delighted to have the opportunity to address you this morning, certainly. And I'm also grateful to have witnessed part of the presentations of yesterday. Certainly excited to hear about endeavors, efforts focused on basically improving inter-island connection, and not only to the benefit of the communities we who live on the islands, but also to the benefit of tourism between the islands. For some, this is more important than for other destinations. However, overall, it is all important. One of the questions that was interesting also, and I will sidetrack now and then, but so as to add value to this morning's address. But one of the challenges, or one of the questions that were asked a couple of minutes ago was a great one, related to the complexity of managing sustainable development in Bonaire versus other destinations. And allow me to just then share some introductory remarks then, just to add to that question also. So thinking about Aruba, and I've had the pleasure personally of having worked and lived in Bonaire also for 6 years, and having occupied the position that Miles occupies now for 6 years, also having served on the board of STINAPA, and I see that we have members of Fundación Parque Nacional Aricoc also present here this morning. So certainly inspiring to know more in depth what the Bonaire story is all about. In the case of Aruba, it is different, and that is the beauty also of the complexity that is added to all of this. The Aruba story has more years of being in the business of tourism. It has certainly been through an enormous growth over the past years, a growth after the closure of the refinery in 1986. It was certainly at that moment that Aruba made the decision of, we're going to go all out for tourism. So that had also its implications. And you can see the 1990s, basically, that decade certainly reflects an enormous growth in terms of inventory as well. When thinking about hotel development, that was also followed in the period that followed the decade. And then Aruba took a pause, actually. So there is still development in terms of hotel inventory and accommodations inventory, but we also took a pause. So that speaks about the complexity that I will talk about. I know that Ryan Peterson from the Central Bank of Aruba will also discuss this complexity, but we also have Ewald Biemans with a tremendous, inspiring story of what can also happen in Aruba with the courage and with the determination. Another complexity that I do want to highlight is the fact that, yes, as indicated before, we are all in the business of tourism. The Caribbean is one of the most tourism-reliant regions in the world. So we are all in the business of tourism, and tourism is a service. We export service. And service is very human-related. So we all know how difficult it is to manage people. That is one of the biggest challenges. And we export service, so that adds also to the complexity. And the other thing is that we cannot control, none of us controls the entire value chain. So there are a lot of interdependencies in delivering that brand promise, that wonderful experience that people are looking for. So certainly a lot of complexities, but in any case, allow me to share, respectively, something more about the Aruba story, and with commonalities and with differences. But as already indicated, same is applicable for Aruba. Tourism is our main economic pillar. Same as is the case for other destinations present this morning. But it gives me pleasure to share with you how sustainability is embedded in Aruba's destination management and the role of we as the Aruba Tourism Authority in that regard. To reflect a bit on the numbers, tourism represented 60% of Aruba's GDP in 2021. This makes us the #2 most tourism-reliant nation in the world in terms of relative contribution to GDP. This is in accordance to the World Travel and Tourism Council. Perhaps other destinations present in this room or following us virtually might counter this. Nevertheless, we're all super dependent on tourism. That is the conclusion. Considering Aruba's high dependency on tourism, the pursuit of a sustainable tourism development plan and sustainable tourism practices is imperative. They form an integral part of the island's tourism policy, as well as the Aruba Tourism Authority's strategic direction. The Aruba Tourism Authority became independent in 2011. And allow me just to elaborate a little bit about this, because it's such a foundational and fundamental aspect in terms of managing and being able to pursue a sustainable tourism development. So before 2011, Aruba's tourism industry performed successfully for an extended period of time, despite of a variety of historical challenges the ATA faced. Challenges such as a lack of funding, governance over our human resources management, and the inability to perform with flexibility and swiftness. Aruba, however, recognized the need to evolve and rethink the business model and role of the Aruba Tourism Authority. And as such, on January 1st, 2011, the government departments, the ATA and Aruba Cruise Tourism, were transformed into one unique independent legal entity in the public arena, now known as the Aruba Tourism Authority sui generis. This structure entails that the policy of the Minister of Tourism is executed at arm's length, under the supervision of a supervisory board. And with this transformation, the AT also became financially independent from the government through the establishment of a new funding mechanism, through the tourism levy, which is the former room tax, and through the introduction, as a matter of fact, of a new levy, namely the travel promotion levy, which is a $10 charge per incoming air traveler. So you've all paid this without knowing, potentially, but in any case, it is an integral part of how Aruba decided to make sure that funding is available to be able to manage tourism from that perspective as well. And before jumping into other subjects, again, I just wanted to address this because without funding, without independence, and without the ability to move swiftly, we can talk and we can have a list of multiple actions, but it certainly is a weakness as it pertains to being able to actually execute, which is oftentimes the challenge as well. As the ATA, our core purpose is to drive prosperity for Aruba through sustainable tourism. Very ambitious. We do so by leading the positioning and development of Aruba as a desirable and sustainable destination, and by being an innovative and agile destination marketing and management organization. For today's travelers, value for experience is equally important than value for money, or as value for money. The creation, upgrading, and promotion of unique and authentic experiences is key. In order to adapt to this evolution, the ATA decided to move away from the traditional role of marketing and promotions to a more holistic approach to the marketing and management of tourism, and as such, the ATA thereby embraced a scope of responsibilities beyond marketing and promotions, and we undertook a more prominent role in the facilitation and implementation of these destination management efforts. As you go and you basically consult literature and look at tourism from a theoretical perspective, and tourism demand and the evolution of tourism as an industry, without a doubt, the role of an organization as the ATA, or as the Tourism Corporation Bonaire, or as similar other destinations, Cité des Baies in Curaçao, without a doubt, the role has changed. And it is important to also recognize that entities such as ours, it is important to recognize how important it is for such entities to be also involved in destination development and shaping the island's product offering. When you think about sustainable tourism development, it is imperative. Some literature or some researchers even argue that the emphasis should even be placed more on that as opposed to the attraction of visitors from an international perspective. And that has caused a huge debate even on island, on Aruba. There are different schools of thoughts. Some argue that the product development, destination management aspect does not certainly has to be emphasized as much as what we believe it should be. But in any case, it is an interesting debate. But it also depicts the evolution of an organization, and what we refer to in our case as the ATA being Aruba's destination marketing and management organization. We were a marketing organization, and now we're a marketing and management organization. And as a destination marketing and management organization, the Aruba Tourism Authority seeks to grow the tourism industry with a clear and compelling aspiration that focuses on value. And 3 key themes basically guide our tourism 2025 aspiration. And these are innovation, sustainability, and leadership. Innovation to ensure tourism's substantial economic benefits by growing the value of the visitor economy at a faster pace than volume, and drive innovation to enhance attractiveness and international competitiveness. Sustainability is about promoting controlled growth in ways that will contribute to our community's economic, social, and environmental well-being, with a balance between the needs of the visitors, community, and industry. And finally, leadership talks more about our internal capabilities as the Aruba Tourism Authority, in that we wish and we want to and pursue to become a forward-thinking and agile tourism authority that leads Aruba's tourism industry and serves as a valuable resource for all stakeholders. Our aim is to ensure long-term benefits of the Aruban tourism industry by driving demand of the desired high-value visitor. Secondly, by orchestrating destination development to increase tourism revenues and enhance the quality of visitor experience. And thirdly, by balancing the needs of the community, the visitors, the industry, and the environment. So a lot of similarities in respect to, compared to what Miles brought forward as well. Let's focus on tourism performance. Yes, we heard about on the panel, or a panel discussion yesterday morning, we heard about the recovery percentages. In terms of tourism, so incoming arrivals, amongst other, and its impact on Aruba. In terms of our management model, and reflecting on COVID, one thing is sure, is that the tourism management model was a great asset during the recent pandemic. It allowed the ATA to move swiftly, and this agility, accompanied by tremendous efforts from public and private sector partners and supported by our community, led to a strong tourism recovery for our island. We are projecting a full recovery in visitor arrivals in 2022. And when we take a step back and looking at tourism recovery from a global perspective and Caribbean perspective, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization, and based on statistics compiled, international tourism is back to 57% of the pre-pandemic levels in the first 7 months of this year. The Caribbean, in comparison to that, showed a stronger recovery, with arrivals reaching 82%, and Aruba showed a 94% recovery when compared to the same period in 2019. For 2023, in the case of Aruba, we project also a growth of 5% in tourism arrivals compared to 2019. Everything that we do and what we basically focus on at the Aruba Tourism Authority is actually tourism receipts. And tourism receipts encompass the visitors' expenditures in preparation for the trip and expenditures during the trip. And this is compiled and reported on by the Central Bank of Aruba, in our case, and it's part of Aruba's national accounts, basically. And these are projected to recover by 112% in 2022 versus 2019. And the projection for next year is a recovery of 117% in respect to tourism receipts. On the other hand, hotel performance, so we do measure everything that relates to hotel performance based on figures and statistics from the Aruba Hotel and Tourism Association, but we also, and tapping into what Miles alluded to, we also measure through a separate tool the average daily rates, the revenue, the occupancy levels, and the pool of inventory available of other types of accommodations, which has gained territory, certainly. We measure that through a different platform. But these are the statistics from the Aruba Hotel and Tourism Authority, or Association. With regards to hotel performance, the revenue per available room is expected to recover by 93% by end of this year, and the projection for next year is set at a 100% recovery. And finally, cruise arrivals. These are projected to recover by 80% this year and by between 90 and 100% for next year. Nevertheless, the figures remain important and are vital to what we do, but we will also show you other interesting figures that speak more also about sustainable development. However, a strong recovery and projected growth levels for the near future brings us back to the same question that we have been asking ourselves in the past, in the case of Aruba and many of you present. Namely, as a mature tourist destination, how can we still grow and yet maintain the integrity of the island, safeguard the community's quality of life, protect the environment, and preserve natural and cultural assets? So a debate on island is oftentimes, do we grow? Do we not grow? And growing means basically allowing for room inventory, accommodations inventory to, amongst other, also continue to grow. Even in, I can, Joost, anecdotally, I can even say that between the relationship between the Aruba Tourism Authority and Aruba Airport Authority is a very close one and a very fruitful one, with many successes booked. But of course, there are moments where, of course, the airport is looking at revenue-generating passengers. We look at arrivals, and yes, our objectives are usually overall aligned, but there are moments when we feel that tension in regard to, do we go after 5 of the new carriers available, or do we choose for 2? Do we go for 1? And of course, I have to admit that the airport is also basically focusing on expansion, and with that comes also expected results, but also, I think, expansion in line with what the vision is for Aruba. So we face limits as well. And that limit sometimes is higher at the ATA than at the airport. Our objectives are overall the same, but we do take into account the fact that main drivers are also not necessarily at all times equal drivers and points of emphasis. But going back to the question, so as the Aruba Tourism Authority, we led 3 important trajectories to address the questions posed. These resulted in the following critical pieces of research, which set out what actions Aruba needs to undertake to strategically manage Aruba's tourism industry in a sustainable manner. So it resulted in a plan we call Comida pa Futuro, and this is Aruba's destination development plan. Secondly, the second piece of research, a tourism carrying capacity study for the island. And lastly, as part of Aruba's economic policy, also a niche product development plan, which basically includes all of the aspects pertaining to niche development within tourism, which is, as indicated, part of our economic policy on a national level. In 2017, going back to the first piece of research, we developed Aruba's destination development plan, which we called Comida pa Futuro, a forward outlook. Allow me to share a video which was shared at that time already, and we're talking about 2017, but the topics being discussed go way back in time. But in any case, this is part of something we shared during that specific trajectory. Certainly. But it basically entailed a bottom-up approach. An extensive group of stakeholders contributed with their knowledge and expertise. And of course, as you can imagine, a lot of people wanted to also have their say at the table and express their opinions about tourism in this case. In any case, the Aruban community also was provided with the opportunity to present their insights and recommendations through town hall sessions, e-polls, etc., etc. And the Destination Development Plan actually includes an action plan of over 100 action points, with the actors responsible or having a role per specific action and with more information per action. So all of that is outlined, the research has been done, these things have been included in such a document. But again, it takes me back to one of my previous points. Oftentimes, one of the challenges is execution. And the fact that you do not own, in our case, even though we want to advocate for specific points and we will continue to do so, we do not own the execution of all of the points, which is not even responsible even. But in any case, it is about others recognizing their role and responsibility in the entire value chain and the entire journey of sustainable development. The second piece of research was then a follow-up on the Destination Development Plan, because guess what? The first action that partners basically asked to be part of the action list was conduct a carrying capacity study. So we took it upon ourselves to facilitate that trajectory, and this resulted in the tourism carrying capacity study for the island of Aruba. This was conducted or produced in 2018-19 respectively. And a pragmatic tourism growth model, so we still talk about a growth model because there is opportunity still on island for growth, even though it be at a lesser pace and smaller scale. But we introduced then, with this piece of research, a new model. This model is centered on a sustainable tourism development, which is economically viable, environmentally friendly, and socially equitable. And we refer to this model as the high-value, low-impact tourism growth model. And this is a key element of the carrying capacity study, as it includes also a clear roadmap for implementation with, again, assigned roles and timelines. So I think even though Miles might not have chosen to bring this forward, I'm sure Bonaire also has a lot of documentation and plans and actions, and other tourism authorities also have. But in our case, in the case of Aruba, there is a lot of literature, there is a lot of investigation and research that has been conducted, and clear action plans and roadmaps. And we have made it a point as the Aruba Tourism Authority to utilize all of this, these insights to influence policy making, decision makers, mentality, and also viewpoints on different areas. And we're happy to say that, yes, all of these things, basically you will find them back in Aruba's zoning plan, zoning legislation, you'll find them back in Aruba's economic policy, you'll find them back in Aruba's overall master plan, which was produced in 2020. So on paper, on policy level, these things have certainly continued to live and be prioritized. Then again comes the question of, and the issue of execution, which is something else. But as part of the tourism carrying capacity study, what we were asked to also elaborate on today was the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we did review the SDGs at that moment to find synergies so that data collection and monitoring is aligned with that of Aruba's Sustainable Development Goals Indicators Work Group, which is a separate work group also focusing on Aruba's pursuit to comply as much as possible and implement as much as possible the SDGs. The following set of indicators are part of Aruba's SDG platform and of the Aruba Tourism Carrying Capacity Framework. So you'll see two columns there, side by side. This means that as part of Aruba's tourism carrying capacity study, we as the ATA also facilitate the creation of a framework to track how we're doing, but also facilitate the updating of that framework of indicators to see up to what extent progress has been booked, or to also utilize this to continue to lobby for certain points that require more attention. And you'll see it there side by side with the SDG column, which is basically part of what is also being tracked by the SDG platform on island. We certainly do not wish to overlap, but we want to basically collaborate with each other. The last piece of research, a niche roadmap, was developed concurrent to the carrying capacity study and describes consequently how to best increase the economic value of tourism through niche development. so as to drive high-value visitor markets, entrepreneurship, and innovation, and create opportunities for local SMEs. It includes a proposed set of actions that are needed in order for Aruba's niche products to be fully developed. The proposed actions are clustered in 3 categories: destination management, environmental conservation, and the development of cultural heritage. So again, another list of actions and key steps to be undertaken. The findings as well as actions stemming from these 3 projects are incorporated in also, of course, our own strategic direction towards 2025. It was deliberately probably put as such on the screen, so as allowing you not to read all of these points, but it gives you a snapshot of what our strategic direction is, and basically how we organize it at the Aruba Tourism Authority. And we include actions that we can own and we can facilitate, of course, in our own master plan of the Aruba Tourism Authority, which is something different than the National Master Plan and the other policy documents that I referred to before. Another question that the organizing committee asked us to elaborate on is the ATA. So how is sustainability in our court embedded in our marketing and promotions strategy? So a lot of what I discussed so far has to do with destination development, that, you know, destination marketing and management organization. So that management part was basically more so emphasized during the first part of the presentation. But we were asked to reflect on our international marketing efforts. And what do we do on that front? At the Aruba Tourism Authority, we continuously monitor, of course, global travel trends impacting tourism, and this considering the fact that the dynamics of tourism as well as the travelers' demand continue to evolve at a fast pace. Just over a month ago, on the 27th of September, we held our World Tourism Day conference, and the theme was Rethinking Tourism. DEPT, our branding and advertising agency for Europe, presented a video on the future of tourism, which is very much relevant to this conversation. So allow me to share that video with you.
From the marketing materials we use, to the trip preparation and travel experience, to the activities we engage in after our holiday, the future of tourism is present everywhere we look. According to a research and markets analysis released in 2019, technology in tourism would experience rapid growth over the next few years. Back then, no one could have predicted the pandemic or the resulting acceleration in the future of tourism. We see 3 opportunities for Aruba to improve and expand future travel experiences. Smart tourism. Aruba's complete journey from marketing, booking, and traveling to enjoying a wonderful stay will benefit from moments of happiness powered by personalized on-demand actions and information. Delivering a smarter experience will result in happier visitors. Sustainable tourism. Aruba's tourism industry can grow sustainably with the help of local communities, businesses, airlines, hotels, restaurants, and tourists. We are supporting ecotourism, preserving the environment, and raising environmental awareness by integrating these touch points into a single, bigger, greener ecosystem. All with one goal in mind: Aruba's future as a force for good. Virtual tourism. Over a third of travelers say a virtual sneak peek would make them more comfortable visiting a new destination. Virtual tourism encompasses augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality. In fact, the expansion of virtual activities goes far beyond the scope of the tourism sector, visiting museums via virtual tours, flying over dream destinations, or go deep sea diving. The future of tourism is smart, sustainable, and virtualized. There is no disputing that technology in tourism will play a significant role. This implies more opportunities to advertise, grow, and raise the standard of tourism experiences for the beautiful island of Aruba.
It gives you more to reflect on, but there are certainly commonalities in respect to what the DCCA is pursuing also, and opportunities that tourism also present to us in terms of giving more meaning to that sustainable development. But also it makes destinations also reflect on up to what extent do you embrace and want to embark upon certain developments. You can also say no. Ultimately, we don't have the resources to engage and pursue everything, so it comes back to a point of choosing what basically meets your needs better. And you saw that also in the video, and it was also mentioned in the first presentation. How can you as a destination also be a catalyst of good and be that force of good? In terms of good being meaning, in this case, be a force to also inspire others to think about sustainability aspects and to participate in that also, and promote it in such a way that people can actively also do something about it. Going back to our marketing and promotions strategies. So to foster sustainable growth, we embark on different aspects as part of our overall strategy, and I'll share some of these with you. But we do pursue a high-value attraction strategy. That is about matching the right profile of desired visitors with also what we have to offer. So I'll elaborate shortly on that. Also strengthening brand awareness and positioning. Diversifying our source markets is also very important for Aruba in terms of a sustainable marketing and promotion strategy. Sustainably develop and retain air connectivity, that is a condition. Grow existing and new segments, and finally also nurture our distribution channels. In terms of the first point, our aim is to continue to work on increasing the economic tourism contribution to the destination by hyper-focusing, if you will, on the attraction of high-value visitors, which have a greater propensity to spend. However, for the US market, AT's definition of the high-value visitor includes a total of 50 demographic attributes, including household income, net worth, and discretionary spending while traveling. But a high-value visitor also considers the attention to a sustainable development as being a key attribute of a destination and of their experience. So we make sure that we not only focus on the economic aspects as it pertains to that definition of who we go after, but we also add other sets of attributes so as to allow us to also capture that visitor who will join us on the journey of a sustainable development. And we also make sure as the ATA that we communicate also what Aruba does. And similar segmentation models are also pursued basically in the other regions where we have investments and activities as Aruba, being the Latin American region and the European region. The second point, diversifying our source markets. This is something that is also high on the agenda. While the US as core market will continue to drive visitation, building secondary markets where there is high potential for growth is an integral aspect of our diversification strategy. And secondary markets in this case are markets which have either non-stop air service or have proven to be strong feeder markets. And again, they include the 3 continents where we have promotional activities taking place. The other point, destination development, are sustainably basically maintain and attract more airlift. There we work closely with the Aruba Airport Authority, of course, and we together with the respective authority, but also the Ministry of Tourism, the Department of Civil Aviation, amongst other. We together develop Aruba's strategy, and on an annual basis, we do pursue then what is set out as strategy. So this includes serving existing destinations and existing markets, but also adding and basically pursuing new markets. In that regard, for instance, we recently announced as Aruba, in September or in August, we announced a service with British Airways, combined with Antigua. So this is certainly exciting news and something we've worked on, for instance, for I think over 7 years. So a huge accomplishment for the team. In respect to destination development and management efforts, so that point that I alluded to also as part of the marketing and promotion strategy, there's a lot that we do in terms of enhancement of product Aruba through destination development and management efforts. And basically, it remains a top priority. And actions and strategies that we are naming here as examples include the facilitation and preservation of a beach as a core asset of the Aruba vacation experience. Also, safety is high on the agenda in terms of preserving that experience that we offer and what people love about Aruba and certainly value. Innovation and entrepreneurship is also on top of the agenda. Safeguarding and enhancing hospitality quality as a core is a core asset and remains on top of the agenda. Also preserving cultural and natural assets as much as possible, and also fostering awareness and learning on the value of sustainable tourism amongst the youth and community at large. In respect to our beaches, it is a primary destination driver, and as such, maintenance and protection of Aruba's beaches remains a top priority, and we have multiple examples of what we do together with partners to place the necessary emphasis on this. Safety through the Aruba Hospitality and Security Foundation. We make sure that tourist spots and areas highly frequented by visitors do get the necessary aspects and are properly facilitated to be able to ensure that our visitors continue to feel safe on island. And it is also to the benefit of the community, of course. In terms of fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship plays a vital role in transforming the supply of leisure and recreational offerings and experiences to visitors and to the community at large. It is part of the engine for economic growth, and through partnerships and advocacy, we nurture entrepreneurial opportunities and help create platforms for innovation of tourism, services, and processes. At the ATA, for instance, we incentivize these initiatives through, amongst other programs, such as the Aruba Signature Experience. And this program was launched last year in partnership with Credits Aruba. Through this program, we encourage the development of new and unique niche experiences, going back to our niche roadmap that we developed. And we provide specific training and manuals to basically facilitate our local entrepreneurs. To preserve our leading position in hospitality, we, together with the government, the Aruba Hotel and Tourism Association, and other industry partners, also invest in efforts nurturing a nationwide hospitality mindset. In this regard, our Aruba certification program, which we launched in 2011, is an example of how we do it as well. And this is managed through a foundation we established, which is called the Aruba Excellence Foundation. And finally, in terms of preservation of cultural and natural assets, this continues to be important. And it is a challenge because amidst commercialization, you do want to continue to push endeavors and efforts that focus on this as well, so as not to lose your identity and what makes Aruba, in our case, also so authentic. An example of our examples of preserving and basically embracing and highlighting our natural assets while taking into account environmental protection is visitor flow management efforts that we embark upon, but also as the Aruba Tourism Authority, the Aruba, in collaboration with other authorities, will be introducing and setting up a mountain bike trails consisting of 54 kilometers. This is basically in the pipeline at this moment, and we hope to be able to start with the construction soon. But this is an example of also something that is different, that will allow Aruba to showcase something else. And for this particular effort, mind you, an environmental impact study was conducted in advance. We have a professor who collaborated on the setup of the trails at Yellowstone parks in the US. And we have other entities which are so important also to this project involved in this, including Parque Nacional Aricoc. I did indicate that fostering awareness amongst the community at large and also our youth continues to be important. And just to give a brief example of that, in 2018, for instance, we launched Mercera awareness campaign, which focuses on 4 aspects: our culture, hospitality, our security, and our environmental protection. So we hope through these campaigns, and this is just an example, to basically continue to focus on this as well. But similar to Bonaire, we not only focus on our community, and especially our youth, but also on our visitors and their code of conduct. So we also have a program similar to Bonaire's program. In our case, it's called My Promise to Aruba. And there we also make our tourists aware of regulations, etc., but also of what is important to us as Arubans, and what we ask them also to pledge, basically, and commit to also help us preserve and protect these things. In any case, probably some aspects of differences, but a lot of commonalities. And I know that other destinations present this morning can also vouch to that. There is a lot that we have that is similar, but in any case, something that in our case, as the Aruba Tourism Authority, we are committed, so we're committed to continue to foster and work on all of these things that we mentioned this morning. But I think that one aspect that we can take as an example also of DCCA is also on a Dutch Caribbean level to perhaps collaborate more and share programs, because ultimately it is, yes, on a higher level. Sustainable development is important. We can all repeat the same messages in respect to why it is important and how we do it, but on a practical level, what captured my attention already is specific programs. And you see already commonalities in terms of programs. But I think that there's certainly room for more collaboration in respect to the Dutch Caribbean islands from that aspect as well. So not a DCCA, but maybe another name, but the message is the same. Collaboration on not only the areas of the airport authorities, but also the tourism authorities in this case. We continue to be committed, as indicated, and count on us in any case to be able to form part of such a platform. And of course, as the Aruba Tourism Authority, I hope that your first days on island were pleasant, as well as fruitful. And I wish you also a pleasant stay on the island. And I hope you get some time to take in all of the sights and sounds of Aruba. And any feedback, of course, we're more than welcome to listen to your take on it also, and the context of what was presented this morning as well. Thank you, DCCA, for the opportunity, and I wish you a pleasant and fruitful stay on the island, and come back soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ronella, for sharing all of this information with us on Aruba's strategy. We have 2 questions on behalf of our audience. You can continue to ask your questions throughout the program. Friendly reminder for everybody in the audience and those following virtually. Ronella, you just touched on the Bangserio, which I think also relates to how Aruba is promoting the cultural heritage. And there's a second question related to this one. How is sustainability involved with this? Perhaps you can add on something to that?
So in the context of Bangserio, or?
In general.
If
there's something additional next to Bangserio that is also being done, perhaps you can elaborate on that.
Well, I did mention the focus on our community, on a community level, but also on a visitor level. But other than that, I think one of the things that I mentioned a couple of times this morning is one of the weaknesses and dilemmas that we all face, and that has to do with execution. So I elaborated on concrete plans that we've developed, and these are all bottoms-up approach. Of course, they include government as well as a key stakeholder, but all of these things are lined up. Everybody knows what has to be done, actually, and oftentimes execution is an issue. So aside from talking about the community, the emphasis we place on the community as a stakeholder and the visitors, and mind you, in this regard, Aruba receives a total of 1.8 million visitors a year, if you include cruise tourism, so the footprint is huge. So that remains a critical stakeholder. But I do want to add that third stakeholder group, which is government as well. I spoke about the plans that we have, but in that regard, the government plays an integral role in allowing for matters to be able to actually be executed as well. And we try to influence that. So I think when you talk about sustainability, I was happy to be able to report that on a policy level, documentation level, I think there's a lot of alignment. You see all of our research included there. But on an execution level, that is where we really continue to push hard. And even though there might be alignment in terms of intention, we all know also as islands, we know that there are other aspects that also play a role. It can be financial aspects, it can be political will because of different things that are prioritized other than things that might contribute in a greater manner in respect to our sustainable development journey. So I do want to add that. Not sure if it answers the question, but just a third stakeholder there that is very important.
To cycle back on the 1.8 million tourists that visit our island yearly, how are these tourists being informed of ATA's SDG direction towards a more sustainable island? How do they contribute as a traveler?
I have to admit, in recent discussions, even though we do communicate that, but in recent discussions, the conclusion was that as the ATA, we need to do more in terms of communicating that to the visitors. So certainly there is more to be done, things we can learn from other destinations as well. But it was intriguing, and Miles, you showed some pictures there. Indeed, the Caribbean, when one thinks about vacation, they then have to be attracted, or they have to think about a beach vacation in our case, and then they have to think about the Caribbean, and then there is a picture, there is an image that comes to mind. It is about the white sandy beaches and that pina colada, etc., etc. We've tried, as the ATA, we've tried to also even move away from that. So even though I say that we can do more and will do more, we've also tried to move away a little bit from that image and you know, basically fitting in that context of what they think about the Caribbean and Aruba. And people continue to be attracted to that. So we need to make sure that as we communicate our sustainability efforts to our visitors and potential new visitors, that we also make we take very well into account at what stage of that consumer journey do we push certain messages out to them. Perhaps it is not about when they're dreaming of a vacation, and we need them to think about our beaches and choose a beach vacation. Perhaps it is when they're venturing within the Caribbean and basically looking at the options, then we can also show what Aruba does. We certainly are not, I'm not standing here and claiming that we're the most sustainable destination in the Caribbean. We cannot claim that. I think it's about demonstrating what we do. And to stakeholders, this is the message as well. Continuously being on the move and continuously, basically continuing to embark on aspects and projects that promote a sustainable development. I think it's about that. It is very difficult to be able to claim what, for instance, Mr. Ewald Biemans can claim with Bucuti and Tara. But we continue to push and we continue to pursue that as a vision for Aruba. We cannot do without. There is no choice basically there. So we need to continue to push projects and efforts that promote that.
Thank you very much also for elaborating so much on Aruba's strategy this morning during your presentation. Let's give her a big round of applause. Ronella Croes, our CEO from the Aruba Tourism Authority. Masha danki. We continue our program this morning with our first panel discussion. Our first panel today will discuss the topic of, is sustainable travel a competitive advantage for the Dutch Caribbean? Our moderator for this first panel today holds the function of Sales, Sustainability and Recreations Manager at Aruba National Park Foundation. Let's welcome our moderator, Tyson Lopez.
Morning, yes? All right. To introduce myself, I'm Tyson Lopez, working at the Aruba National Park Foundation. I am very honored, thank you to Angeline and Joost, for giving nature a voice in this discussion. Every time when we're discussing about tourism and economic development, you see nature is at the end. Even in definitions, it's always people, it's always profit, and then planet. So for me, it's an honor. As nature representative, we consider ourselves as the nature authority on Aruba. And actually, we also work in a collaboration. So we have, for about 24 years already, the DCNA, the Dutch Caribbean Nature Alliance. And I'm sure that the DCNA is open to work with Dcca and for other alliances that will come in the future, because only through that we can reach a better sustainability for the island. I'm gonna introduce the panelists. It's two beautiful ladies with a lot of experience in the hospitality industry. First, Diane Vis. Welcome, Diane Vis. Diane is from the Aruba Tourism Authority, following by Peggy Cruz from Curacao Airport Partners. Can be seated. For us to start first, let me grab my tablet. For the audience, so the question posed at this panel discussion is about, is sustainable travel a competitive advantage for the Dutch Caribbean? So with a show of hands, who agrees with this question? All right. So we all agree. And I know we discussed this also in our pre-meetings. We all agree on this. Just the question is how, and how we're gonna make that happen. So I'm gonna let Diane introduce herself and also what she does at the Aruba Tourism Authority.
Well, bon dia. Good morning, everyone. My name is Diane. I have over 20 years of experience in the tourism industry, both in the private and public sector. And this year, I actually, in August, celebrated my 10th anniversary at the Aruba Tourism Authority. So, yes, very diverse within tourism. And as business manager at the Aruba Tourism Authority, I basically work very close with Ronella. I work a lot on strategy planning and also on other projects that are key for tourism development, actually, and related to tourism development.
All right, thank you. Peggy?
Good morning. I'm Peggy Cruz. I am from Aruba. My background is 10 years in hospitality and 20 years in aviation. Unbelievable, but 20 years, because there's never a moment in which I can say there's nothing new happening or there's new challenges in aviation. The first part of those 20 years was with Aruba Airport Authority. I'd like to go off script and give Joanne a shout out because I was so fortunate to be able to be hired by them and start aviation air service development and lay the foundation, and she just made it an amazing route network for Aruba. I'm currently working with a fantastic team at Curacao Airport and responsible for marketing, air service development, which has 3 pillars, which we live by, which is the retention of air service that we have, the diversification and the growth thereof. I'm pleased to be here and look forward to a wonderful conversation with both Diane and you.
All right. I promise them that I will not bring too much of my own opinion as a nature conservation enthusiast as we are discussing the competitive. Again, what according to you is the competitiveness of a destination?
Yes, that's a very broad question actually, and a lot of components that are important to take into account. The competitive advantages of a destination, of course, first thing I would think of is the natural assets of a destination, the beauty. In our case, it would be, for instance, our beaches, but it's also the hospitality and the quality of service that you are able to provide, your cultural heritage that you have, and or the cultural experiences that a visitor can have are also very important. Your infrastructure, your accommodation offerings, also activity offerings can give you a competitive advantage, but also your connectivity. For us, it's our air connectivity, for instance, so your infrastructural components, but also transportation, also on island. But not only that, those are all key components, but I would think also the management, as has been a topic of discussion by our past 2 speakers. The tourism management of the destination is for certain very important, and also the marketing, the effectiveness of your marketing can give you a competitive advantage.
All right.
So broad.
It's really broad, yeah, and I think it also connects back to what Ronella said earlier about the complexity of the whole tourism industry and reaching for a sustainable tourism in the future. Peggy, how do you think about sustainable travel? What is your thought, and how would this look like?
Sustainable travel is a natural further evolution of travel. If you think about it, and probably I'm dating myself, but a couple of years ago, you'd book a ticket and it's aisle or window, and smoking and non-smoking. So thank God we're far past that. And with aircraft and the demands of actually the society on more sustainable aircraft, and also on the airport side, to really buy into that, I think that is the future. And if you don't do anything, then you miss the bus, and you're going to be in trouble. Airport Authority and the operators of the airport need to, of course, also stand behind sustainability. So just a quick example, this year he took, and he has a team of volunteers, of our employees, and they visited us on recycling and all the different categories, which honestly I didn't know it even existed. So now I'm very confused at home. Where do I throw what? But anyway, that's another subject. But that's something that, it's the baby steps. And those are the things that we need to do to sustain the direction we want to take with sustainability at the airport.
Yes. All right. Diane, Ronella mentioned about the Mercera campaign and all the different campaigns. Is there a shift in the segment that ATA is seeing right now? And might sustainability be one of these drivers?
You mean in visitors, for
Yes.
visitors? Yes. So if you look at the different segments, generations that we as destination are receiving in terms of visitors, I think, well, actually our largest segmentation segments are the baby boomers, the millennials, and the Gen Zs. But also, as was indicated by Ronella, we do not only focus on our generations, but we focus on the attraction of the high-value visitors. And what we see basically is that in all the generations, you see a trend towards more of a, that they are more environmentally conscious, and also one that's sustainable, the sustainable aspects within in their trip, in their, when they are planning for a trip to a destination. They want to see that also embedded within the in the entire tourism package, and when they are and options that they receive once they are going to for a vacation or choosing a vacation. So we see there is a demand for sustainability. We see also yes, our visitors, especially the younger generation, they want more personalized experiences, is what we see. So there are a lot of trends that we continue to follow as well, also as the ATA, and monitor, and so that we can tap into all these trends that we are seeing there. And in particular, I would say our younger generations, which is more into technology and more innovative, they would really also demand that from a destination and from companies to be able to offer all these experiences to them through technology as well.
All right. As a marketing organization, it's difficult sometimes for communicating sustainability and greenwashing. How is ATA managing this? Because I know Miles also pointed this out about greenwashing. I mean, we as a nature conservation organization will for sure step up immediately, and I know STINAPA will do the same in Bonaire. But how does ATA try to manage this balance between communicating sustainability and not greenwashing?
Yes, it's that's why for us actually the high value, low impact tourism growth model is so important, and something that we advocate, that is not only embedded in what we do as a DMMO, but also that it's embedded in the strategies of our stakeholders on the island, the local community. And that is why, for instance, local awareness is what we would do, for instance, with the Mercera campaign, the My Promise Aruba, etc. Our partnership, for instance, with Parque Aricok. All these efforts, so not everything is in our hands, but through our advocacy role, we try to, as a community and as stakeholders at large, that we have the same vision as we do. And for us to all, including government and policy providers, that we all head towards the same direction of the sustainable direction that we need to go through the high value, low impact tourism growth model that was explained.
All right, thank you. Peggy, from the Port of Airport, have you seen different changes, shifts in the markets, new carriers? What are the shifts that you've seen so far? And can sustainability be part of it? Is it part of it?
I think they go hand in hand. Our markets, and just to elaborate and put it a little bit into perspective, for a great many years, the majority of our visitors are from the European market. Yep. During COVID, blessing or a curse, it was 67%, it went that high. And as anybody knows, too many eggs in one basket is never good for a destination. You appreciate all your airline partners, but you really want to ensure that you have a better balance if something happens, and especially in these uncertain times, that you have another market that you can fall back on. Yep. So what we've been doing actively for several years now is really starting to diversify more strongly in the US market, and really increase that market, which is something that could be done in a relatively short and in a very sustainable manner, and also in South America, so that you have a better of a balance. The sustainability factors in there are to really have those open communications with the airline partners, because at the end of the day, an airport is just a structure. Yep. It's the personal relationships that we build with them. And we've had conversations inclusive, actually in addition to that, even together with Aruba, in talking with our local airline partners, and then those issues which were discussed yesterday come to light. We're still in an early phase. We have to have the conversations, but everything that comes to play in getting even more sustainable is going to take a little bit of time, and it's going to be costs. And who's going to take those costs? How are you going to mitigate the cost? What can you do to help in the cost? And then with our airline partners from abroad, you also see the different type of aircraft that they are introducing, that they're flying, they're cleaner, materials that are being used, less emissions, and we really support that. Now, of course, the conversation will be held at one point in time. We're bringing in all these sustainable aircraft. What are you doing at the airport side to make sure that, it's a win-win for both of us? And then also see how we can help in the cost and what we can do when we get to those points. But definitely you see the change is there.
All right, from an airport perspective, is the Curacao Airport following any certifications right now or will be in the pipeline for the future?
We have certifications. If I can tell you them by name, no, it's not my expertise. I would love to hand it over to Shanto. He can always, but we have certifications and we're constantly working at improving through accredited institutions.
All right. I know, for example, KLM has been trying so far with sustainability and reducing their waste on the airplane, but also providing plant-based food in order to reduce, actually. Would this be something that the airport can foster or can push for the airline to do in the future?
Well, we can never impose, we can always suggest, but then again, it has to be in line with what we as a destination and we as the airport then also stand behind. Yeah. Because if we impose something that we ourselves are not living up to, it's not really a best business practice, and especially in your relationship, that might not be all too fantastic to do. So, no, but absolutely there are opportunities.
All right. Diane, going back to the changes, how according to you will tourism change in the years ahead?
Well, I think a beautiful video that was shared a couple of minutes ago in the previous presentation by Ronella is the one of DEPT, our advertising agency of the Netherlands. And there were 3 elements that were depicted as important directions for the future, and which are here already. One is smart tourism. So throughout the customer journey, when the visitor is planning a trip, during a trip, to have those on-demand features and apps available in order to make the entire experience throughout the customer journey more pleasant and easier. Often, if you would think about how many apps you have to open when you start your journey, I think it's a lot, and there are a lot of apps also that can, during your stay, can make it easier, and your visit also more pleasant, and also provide you many options what you can do on island. So smart tourism is for sure what we see right now and where the future is heading. Of course, sustainable tourism, as we are here sitting here right now, and this will be a collective effort of all players within the tourism value chain that are important to collaborate with each other in terms of providing this sustainability. And the other component was virtual tourism, to be more virtualized with the inclusion of virtual reality, the mix of virtual reality, augmented reality, and real life experiences. So that is another trend that we are already seeing and that we are also exploring as a destination marketing organization in terms of how can we maybe prior to a trip to the destination connect with potential visitors through virtual reality or metaverse, exploring those options right now. But also it would be nice on island if certain experiences that are being offered that if it can be a mix of the real and virtual. So those are all new for us in any case, but things that we are, tapping into and exploring as well. And yes, you need to be on top of all these things in order to remain competitive, as you mentioned. Yes.
Indeed. What you just mentioned, the combination of the real world and the digital world. For example, for us also as a nature conservation organization, most of the time marketing of tourism marketing organization wants to spread out. And for us, spreading out means, oh my God, people are coming to the nature and we have to manage it. So we were also thinking about how to include digital in the real in order for you don't have people everywhere in nature, because that, of course, has its impact on nature, so in nature. Peggy, going back to the Curacao, so the airport, I know you're part of the service. Airports are, you can say, the part of the face of the customer, the visitor journey. Mm-hmm. How do you see that airports can communicate better sustainability of a destination?
I think we absolutely can do our part. And especially if we look at our 6 islands, we depend a lot on tourism, and the whole passenger experience, even though it starts with them deciding where they're coming, every single touch point has an important role to play. Yeah. So we are the only one on island, actually, as an airport that sees the passenger when they come in full of excitement and wonder, and then when they leave with all the wonderful memories. Yes. And that is very important, because I think a little bit to what Diane was saying as well, the changing of the passenger profile, if you look at that. Greta Thunberg is a very good example of a teenager, which is I think the lower side or the younger side of the Jet C generation. Jesus.
Trying to catch up.
But I tell you, the kids are telling us stuff. They're not kids, they're young people. And they have opinions, and if we don't comply with them, I mean, Greta, if she would come through our airport, I think we will be shaking, because all the things that she would see and the comments she would make. So what we alluded to in the beginning of the conversation, all the steps in our strategy plan, the importance of sustainability, that has to be evident throughout the whole experience on arrival and departure. Quick, easy, efficient with digital, but also touch points that they see people, because that's also very important. We've lived through a pandemic, and I tell you, 2 years of looking at my screen on conference calls and seeing how many pimples I have and gray hairs, at a certain time you're done with that. Yeah. It once again tells you that an important key factor in sustainability and our airport and tourism, how we continue, is also the human element, how we continue to incorporate a human element into all of this, into conversations, because one-on-one, in-person conversations like we're doing right now, it's a complete different experience, and we are very appreciative of everybody that's following us online, but this is different.
It's different.
The human touch is very important, and that needs to be incorporated in this as well, and that's why one of the things at the airport, we always say, an airport is an airport is an airport. It's us that makes the difference in the airport. So yes, we play an important role in sustainability throughout the process.
Thank you. I remember recently, I think it was a month ago, I traveled for work to Curacao. By the way, it's beautiful nature there. I saw...
the Parque Nacional?
Yes, I spent 2 days in the national park and also the new mangrove park, so I know
I'd like to challenge Miles with his wonderful Milky Way little picture there. Let's take a challenge there on Monday. If you see at night, because there's no lights there, and the Hoffy, if anybody, please come visit that, because it's spectacular. The Milky Way and the stars up there, it's a complete different universe. So just a challenge.
A challenge. I know, for example, also the national park organize hikes at night to see the Milky Way, so it's an attraction.
And there are deer in the park. I've seen them.
I didn't manage to see them. I wanted to, but didn't manage to. But you touched an important topic about Milky Ways. It goes back to light pollution. If we don't manage light pollution for sustainability, from a sustainability perspective, you will not see the Milky Way anymore because some people can't see them. We are
lucky.
We are very lucky to have the opportunity to take a look at this. From a sustainability perspective then, because for example, airports do generate a lot of light pollution because of safety. That's normal or acceptable, you can say. But when the airport is closed, do you dim the lights or will they be still on?
Yeah, because we're still closed for operations from 10 at night till 7. That was something that we did during the pandemic period. There's talks to going back to 24/7, but in principle, yes, things get shut down, dimmer lights, like I mentioned. Our team put in the LED lights. That also helps from a sustainability standpoint. So, yes.
All right, nice. Diane, so this conference is the Dutch Caribbean Airport Corporation of Airports, yes. What do you see for the future regarding opportunities for the Dutch Caribbean on a destination marketing perspective?
Yes, huge opportunities in terms of knowledge sharing, collaboration on different areas. I think we have a lot of similarity, but also a lot of unique aspects and assets. And we might have expertise in certain areas, whereas others have more expertise in, for instance, environmental conservation. So I think there, with regards to knowledge sharing, there's a lot of opportunities. Another opportunity in the field of tourism, and also if the interconnectivity between islands is improved, there is huge opportunity for dual destinations, so that together we can basically grow and explore. And this has been already for many years, and even in the past, that especially the Europeans like dual destinations. They come to Aruba, they want to explore other destinations in the neighborhood. But if the connection isn't there, that makes it very difficult. So yes, there could be a win-win in that respect. And I know in terms of air connectivity, we do already collaborate with, for instance, with Curaçao in certain areas and in the exploration of new routes. So yes, there's much opportunity, and this is just one great example of and the beginning of a continuation of this is sustainability, but also in other areas how we can collaborate with each other.
Yes, for example, every island is on a different stage also of the cycle. So we're as Aruba, we are more matured already, and then we have some learned lessons, you can say, that we can share.
Yes, we have our 3 plans that we developed, which were mentioned, the Destination Development Plan, the Carrying Capacity Study. So yes, we have knowledge and experience in how we managed and went about the development of those plans, but not only the development, but also the actual execution. And others have their expertise that they can share and help us with.
All right. Yeah. Peggy, the DCCA, how do you look, what for you would be the ideal outcome of the DCCA?
The continuation thereof, I think, is very important. I mean, this is a fantastic first step. It can only get better. And it teaches us or shows us for the umpteenth time that we're 6 islands in the Caribbean. We are part of the kingdom, and we are so unique in the fantastic things that each one of us has. They're beautiful islands, so I really think that with communication is key. Having these conferences built up on the action steps or the takeaways, improve on things. Next year during another conference, what have we learned? What have we done? Where are we with sustainability? We're in the process. Right. And I think it's a fantastic thing. Yesterday, the discussions were very intense and left you with questions, which is good. Yep. Because you want to do more, you want to understand more. How can we really implement all of this? What are the costs involved? What is the benefit? Diane touched upon something very important, the connectivity between the islands. At the end of the day, unfortunately, we don't have bridges and we don't have boats. We fly.
Yeah.
That's what we have. Yeah. You know, we're very dependent on air. So this, again, reiterating the importance of having association of this. It starts with the airports, but it's not limited to the airports because we, as airports, are not an entity on our own. Tourism and other economic developments are areas which we have an important role, which all 6 of us take very, very seriously. And yeah, we should continue. And I'm excited about that.
That's nice. I'm going to switch now for questions. I don't know if we have questions from the audience. Any questions for Diane or for Peggy? We have, I think, a mic going around. If not, we also have a question online. Will sustainable travel create resilient jobs, and how can that be measured?
I think it does. I really think it does, because the travel, and once again, we went from flapping wings to where we are in the whole process. It's a continuous evolution of an industry, and that's why those of us that work in it, we're very passionate about it, because there's never a time that we've seen it all, done it all, and God forbid we even survived the pandemic, which was definitely never in our plans. But also with all the change, you have to adapt the jobs, the requirements, the trainings, all of that come into play. Because again, if you don't do that, if you're not active in that, you're going to miss the boat, and then you're going to have a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Diane, you want to add some?
Yeah, it's also part of the demand and the trends that you see out there in terms of you know, the work floors, the workforce, the flexible remote work type of jobs that are being required. So yes. Resilience is in our DNA, they say, so yeah. We will see it everywhere, not only in jobs, but everywhere. It's embedded.
All right. Thank you very much. Peggy, I don't know if you have any final words that you want to share.
Just that, again, looking forward to and with a lot of excitement, passion, and commitment to what the fruits of the conference will be and how we move forward together. Because really, we cannot do it by ourselves. Diane mentioned best practices. Absolutely, we can learn from each other. Aruba is in a far mature stage. We are not. So what are things that we can be on the lookout to avoid? What are our best practices in the European market, perhaps?
Yes.
You know, all these things come into play. And if we're open and have good conversations, it's to the benefit of everybody. And that's really what matters.
Thank you, Peggy.
You're welcome.
Diane?
Yes. No, the future is bright in front of us, and this is a great start, especially after COVID, to see these conferences live, as Peggy mentioned. And yes, up for more of these types of conferences in the near future is what I'm hoping for. Yes.
Thank you, Diane. I believe that, as Larissa mentioned at the beginning, for sustainability, it's all of us on board. And I believe that's how we also have to push forward. From my end, I challenge you to put nature first. So every time you design a plan, please pay attention to nature and the impact on nature. For us, it's very crucial, and it's part of our competitiveness of each island also.
And I think it's commendable that you are the moderator of this panel. That really gives another angle, and also highlights the importance of nature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tyson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you very much to Tyson Lopez and our panelists for our first panel discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for engaging in the conversation this morning. And right now we will continue into our lunch break, and our program will restart at 12:30. All right, enjoy your lunch. We have lunch outside, and you can join us in the ballroom to have your lunch, and we will restart at 12:30. Masha danki.
as he reports in from Freedom Base 1.
Gigi, I've decided not to leave this town. Maybe I can stay and find some other nice people who will like me and accept me for who I am.
Trusting your spirit, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and then ring the bell. From 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye, all the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land. Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. Then when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's marine park. an amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theatre of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley, Wellington, Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. From 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin, Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley, Wellington, van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley van Putten.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our program, so please take a seat. For those who are outside, please join us inside because our presentations will start right now. And before we continue with our third presentation for today, I also have really exciting news to share with all of you. Since the DCCA has given the local community an opportunity to participate and win an e-flight on the Pipistrel Villis Electro this week. We had a really nice reaction amongst the local community, which shows the interest in something different and sustainable. A total of 202 participants registered on social media, and I have the name of the winner. Perhaps one of our winners is also watching us through live streaming. So let's find out who the winner is. The winner of the e-flight is Dylan Faro, who I think is also a panelist joining us this week. So a big round of applause for Dylan, who won an e-flight on the Velis Electro this week. And we're ready to continue with our program. Ewald Biemans developed the Bucuti and Tara Beach Resort, which opened in October of 1987. Mr. Biemans is an industry leader in eco-friendly practices. Bucuti and Tara holds the most eco-certifications in the Caribbean, such as the Certified Carbon Neutral, LEED Gold, Green Globe Platinum, and Mr. Biemans has been honored on numerous occasions, both locally and internationally, for his environmental preservation work, including the most recent Sustainability Award, the Globe United Nations 2020 Climate Neutral Now Award. Who better than Mr. Biemans to inspire us in creating a net zero journey? So let's give him a big round of applause. Let's welcome Mr. Ewald Biemans.
Buon tardi, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all who made this conference possible. You have written history. Yesterday's first flight is a gigantic step forward in sustainable travel. A round of applause to AAA and the Dcca for bringing us the flight into the future. I must thank the Aruba Airport Authority for inviting me to be a small part of this grandiose happening on sustainable air transportation and working towards the net zero journey. And that brings me to the question you posed to me. Can we offer carbon-free, carbon-neutral vacations to our customers? The other question was, should the travel and hospitality industry tap into the environmentally conscious market? And the answer is, yes, we can. And yes, we are. In fact, we're almost there. And here's why. There are already some airports in the US that are certified carbon neutral, and AAA are soon joining that exclusive club. And yesterday, you marked history in sustainable air travel, and Bucuti and Tara is there to support that effort by already offering a carbon-free, guilt-free vacation at our resort. In the near future, carbon-free flights will be common. And if we add electric ground transportation, EV car rentals, bikes, e-bikes, and so forth, and a carbon-neutral resort to that mix, we can offer a net zero vacation for travelers from their homes in the US to Aruba and back to home, for those who wish to do so. And believe me, there are many travelers who will join that journey. At Bucuti and Tara, we see that every day. As many as our guests select us for our sustainability program. We are offering a guilt-free, carbon-free vacation already today. And here is what Bucuti and Tara offers within the carbon-neutral journey. As you notice, we are the first and only carbon-neutral resort in the Caribbean. And our journey towards that goal started in the early 90s, shortly after the conference in Rio, the COP conference in Rio, and then shortly after we got certified Green Globe, and that was followed by Travel Life, which is a certification mandated by the tour operators. Some of the tour operators today are already demanding from hotels to be certified because they have to make sure that their customers are well taken care of sustainably. Green Globe and Travel Life was followed by the LEED certification, which is a net environmental certification, while Green Globe and Travel Life are more dedicated to social and community aspects. LEED is a totally energy and sound and light certification. And after that completion of that certification, we became carbon neutral. It was only another small step forward. And so why carbon neutral? We solved the problem of climate change. We all need to do our part in reducing our carbon emissions. We are very vulnerable as an island. We are very vulnerable as the Caribbean and mostly of the eastern seaboard of the United States. Oceans are rising, storms are growing, natural disasters are coming, all due because of global warming. And for Aruba especially, the rising of the ocean will create a problem soon. We will have our beaches covered with water, with ocean, and we're going to have to go snorkeling instead of walking our beaches. And so we need to do everything in our power to continue. A sustainability program benefits everybody. It reduces emissions, and we all need to do that on a global basis and also on a local basis. It saves money in various ways, and I'm presenting this presentation here because a lot of it also applies to your private life. And this presentation is available if you contact me after the presentation. It also creates a tremendous amount of publicity. In our case, we benefited from millions in free publicity, and that helped us also, of course, gain customer traction. We have taken extraordinary measures to fight climate change. And we are working at this moment with 35% of our energy is renewable energy. Actually, 45%, sorry. Our water is heated through solar panels, and we are 100% LED compliant. Our temperature controls in all our public areas are 24 degrees. And we use the latest technology in air conditioning. As a matter of fact, we just installed a major air conditioning unit, $1 million air conditioning unit that will save us about 20% of energy. And then we have a set of mindful practices within our organization that helps us stay on track. For instance, we do not buy any appliances that are not Energy Star certified. Our kitchens are fully induction stoves, so no dispersion of heat by gas and no emissions, of course. Energy generating equipment in our fitness center. Our customers, while they work out and burn calories, they produce energy for us, and that is fed into the grid. And then we just recently added a fleet of electric vehicles for our use in the resort. As to water, we save over 3.5 million gallons of water on a yearly basis, and that is a whole series of measures we take. We cut down on water flow in showers and faucets, and gray water and rainwater is retreated and reused and so forth for irrigation of our gardens. 65% of our total waste is diverted from the landfill. 65%. Now, if you take that we have about 3 to 4 tons per week. We pay about 200 guilders per ton, and we save 65% of that. At the end of the year, that amounts to a pretty penny, and it helps the landfill not to grow so extremely high. Cooking oils, batteries, and electronics are diverted. Cooking oils, of course, are recycled as diesel. And furniture is diverted when possible, and recycling bins for glass, carpet, and aluminum are available at our property. We further reduce our waste by including our customers. We use dispensers for toiletries. We have no plastic since about 20 years. And we are 90% paperless, and by the end of this year, we should be 100%. We do a number of other items that we make sure that we reuse, reduce, and recycle, of course, and in some cases even upcycle. About 12 years ago, we reduced our American-sized portions, which were, of course, huge, and about 30 to 40% of that food went back to the garbage area. And we, at that time, then reduced our portions by 30% and lowered our price a bit. And our customers are happy today, and we have 30% less waste. And whatever is left still, a local pig farmer picks up and feeds it to their livestock. Our resort is totally eco-friendly, cleaned by eco-friendly products. We use certified non-toxic cleaning products. Our pool is chlorinated with salt water, and we have an ozone-based laundry. And then to save our customers and our staff in terms of health and safety, we use UVC technology to sanitize our rooms every day. We use water treatment with UVC to prevent Legionella disease, and our staff is fully vaccinated against COVID. Incidentally, UVC does not just kill COVID, but it eliminates any other viruses that might be in the room. And then, of course, we practice HACCP, which is a food safety program. We have an extensive community outreach program. We support local businesses and local crafts and arts. Or paintings in our rooms are all done by local artists. We invest in local sustainability initiatives, and we respect fair labor practices and provide excellent wages and benefits. And we hire anyone that is able to work for us locally. We invite our associates and guests in our local community to participate in our sustainability initiatives. And some of them are the monthly beach cleanup that we've been doing for about 27, 28 years. Then we have a program called Lante Planta, which I'm one of the founders, which is a reforesting organization. Pack for a Purpose is a program that our customers deliver first necessities for the children of Imeldehof. Stimami Sterilizami, some of you are familiar with it, is the spay and neuter program that we have, and we just celebrated 30,000 dogs and cats that we have neutered in the last 6 years. Tortuga Aruba is the turtle conservation program. We have been involved from day one. And we help the donkey sanctuary, and we protect, of course, local arts and crafts, and have an arts and crafts show every Monday at our resort. Then we have a full program of nudging or encouraging or guest behavior, and it's an extensive list because we want the customers to participate in our sustainability program. And then we have, of course, also a extensive list of nudging examples for our staff. And then we have a whole list for a restaurant that applies. The results of these programs are, of course, an adoption of good habits. People take them home, or staff takes them home, or customers, including learning from their experience. It creates pride among our staff. They're extremely proud of what we do. And then, of course, the community gets involved here and there. And this all generates a tremendous amount of publicity, which in return creates more business for us. And here is the travel into the future. There's an example. If a US couple stays at home for 1 week, they emit 97 kilograms of CO2. If they stay with us for a week, they have 0 emissions. In fact, they have a credit because they are not home. It gets better. Flying from New York to Aruba for a couple, they emit 920 kilograms of CO2. Driving the same distance in the United States will triple that amount. All these steps have created an occupancy of over 95% over the last 20 years. And The results are international recognition. For instance, the World Travel and Tourism Council gave us the Climate Action Award, and the United Nations just recently another one. Publications all over the world in the most recognized magazines have helped us get international recognition. So what is the future? Just recently we announced that we incorporated a nature preserve of about 12 hectares or 120,000 square meters in North, which will become a full nature preserve with possibly walkway, jogging track, and a pristine environment in the community of North. Our offices or office complex will go off-grid, I hope in the year 2023, and we, by the end of the year, should complete 100% paperless, and we're investing more in alternative energy. The other thing that we're going to do is reduce our animal consumption, mainly in beef, in our restaurant, and encourage more chicken and similar products that are not as damaging to the environment. And then, of course, we reduce our methane emissions substantially by recycling, reusing, and reducing. And so the message is that luxury and sustainability are not mutually inclusive. They go very, very, very well hand in hand. And so this program and a lot of the steps that we've taken in this program applies to your home. It applies to our employees when they go home and they apply them at home. They save money, they feel better, and they help our climate, or they ameliorate our climate change. Sorry. Thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have. Thank you. Okay.
I'm waiting for an extra mic. Yes, I'm waiting for an extra mic. Do we have an extra mic for the question? Or if not, we can just do it together here, the both of us. Okay, I have a question. Reminder for our audience as well and those watching, you can log on to Slido and ask a question. Take advantage that we have someone as Mr. Biemans joining us with a lot of experience. So we have one question that says the following: what was your inspiration to commit years ago towards building a sustainable hotel when these efforts were non-existent on the island?
Very simple. I love nature. I love animals. And in the early days of my arrival in Aruba, I found a pristine island, unspoiled. And with the growth in tourism over the last 30, 40 years, we saw some degradation of our environment. And coupled one with the other, of course, I took measures to preserve whatever we have as good as well as possible. And also, of course, the energy crises of the 90s and the early 2000s have contributed to my effort to save energy and, of course, save costs at the same time. Sometimes people ask me, how much money are we saving with our programs? And I really, frankly, I don't know. I don't care either. It's not saving that much. It is more to help preserve our environment as much as we can. The end result is, of course, savings, considerable amounts of savings. So that's probably what the answer will be.
We have another question, and we know that humans in general, we are creatures of habits, and sometimes implementing change is not always easy. So we have a question that says, how did the employees react during the process of becoming carbon neutral resort?
You'll be surprised. First of all, when we started with our green team in the 90s, it created teamwork, first of all. And I think AAA is going through a similar process. You have a core amount of people that believe in what we're doing, and they then spread the word, and the employees automatically get involved. And of course, there's a lot of training that goes into it. But eventually, it becomes a total success because it creates a cohesive team of members that work towards one goal.
We have another question here that says, do you see other hotel operators in Aruba reach out to share best practices or take interest in partnering up to make other hotels in Aruba more sustainable?
We are constantly asked by students, by the universities, by the schools, and also from our colleagues in the hotel industry that want to see what we do and how we do it. And we, of course, and again, I offered the same presentation to everybody because there's a whole list of things that can be implemented. And we help wherever we can, and we offer any assistance that anybody would want to join the bandwagon and become more sustainable, because in the end, it's our future here. If we don't preserve what we have, and I always said that nature, we are not in the tourism business, we're in the nature business. Without our nature, we will not have any tourists. Why would they come here?
What were some of the major challenges during this process?
The education of our staff was a minor challenge. I think the greatest challenge still is to get the general public and a lot of the authorities to step up and understand that we really need to do something about climate change. It's not just Aruba, it's globally. And I've seen over the last few years there is much, much more interest and there's much more awareness, but we still have a long way to go, and that is the biggest challenge.
Compliments to your efforts in being such a forerunner in sustainability, what would be your advice for those who work in the aviation industry? What should be their next step, according to you?
Well, of course, today we have a typical example of what the next step should be: the flight to the future. And then, of course, the airports in their own world join the bandwagon and become carbon-free or carbon neutral. And then, of course, the airlines will reduce their amount of fuel through new technologies. And eventually, there's one statistic that, for instance, aviation itself does not produce that much CO2. It's transportation in general that is about 15% of the total emissions in the world. Aviation, I think, is about 5%. If we can reduce that to 3, 2, 1%, the damage is minimal. We need to reduce other areas like cruise ships, trucks, the single driver cars, and so forth and so forth. So there's a lot that will change in the coming years. I think as first of all, fuels become more expensive and technology will advance, I think we do very well. Another important point is, for instance, food waste. Food waste alone represents 15% of global emissions. If we could stop food waste alone and reduce our energy consumption by another 5–10%, the damage will be much, much less. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Ewald Biemans a big round of applause. Thank you for being an inspiration and for showing us that it is possible. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will share valuable information that will help us understand why we need to break the old cycle and create a new future cycle for sustainable travel and tourism. For more than 2 decades, Dr. Ryan Peterson has conducted and published extensive scientific research and policy studies on innovation, resilience, and sustainability in small island developing states. Dr. Peterson has a proven scientific and policy development track record across academia and the public sector. Let's welcome Division Manager for the Economic Policy and Financial Stability at the Central Bank of Aruba, Dr. Ryan Peterson.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, DJ, play that funky music. It's better than listening to me, right? So how we doing? We electrified or are we petrified? I'm not going to rap. I'm not going to rap for you. Don't worry, don't worry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all congratulate the organizers of this conference. Thank you and keep up the great work. The future is ahead. Actually, the future is already here. Secondly, let me thank you for inviting me to share some personal thoughts. On that slide, there's a small disclaimer that these are not the thoughts of the central bank necessarily. These are personal thoughts. And these personal thoughts are actually shared more by personal experiences that have been shaped by giants such as Ewald over the past 15, 20 years, that are shaped by the real aviation experts such as Peggy Cruz. Second disclaimer, I am not an aviation expert. So I stand corrected if I speak nonsense today on the stage. So where does my story really start? I'm not going to speak about sustainable tourism. That's my second love. You know what my first love is? Education? Close enough. It competes, but my first love. I'll give you a hint what my first love was or is. This is what we call not the pee-pee trail, this was the Disney trail. It was fully electric, I guarantee you, carbon-free, lightweight, short distances, in fact, it only flew in circles. And it only had one passenger, me. This was the beginning of the rest of my life. Flying a plane. I'll spare you all the details. And some things never change. I changed career, but once a clown, always a clown, I guess. So this was my first love. I was 4 or 5 years old. This is early 1970s in Disney World. And I was always flying behind the Red Baron. In the picture, you can see the Red Baron is right in front of me. I could never figure out why I could not catch up with the Red Baron. It was always one step ahead. It's like sustainable development. It's like climate change. I'm like, we got to figure this thing out. I mean, we know about these things. We just have to start doing them sooner than later. Many moons later, after trying to study becoming a pilot, and that didn't work out, not because I crashed the plane or anything like that, okay, it was way before that, I said, you know what, why not? So I wasn't sure what I wanted to study, but I knew there was an airport in Twente, and I'm like, maybe if I can't fly the plane, I'll learn to design the plane. Eventually still got to do some flying in Twente. I'll get back to this. This is really important. There's another very important moment in my life. Actually, I can fly a plane, but just by myself. So I'm certified to fly a plane. I can get from here to there, but I can't have any passengers, any baggage with me. So this was part 2 of that. And later, any questions? Anybody have kids in the room? Anybody have kids? You travel with your kids, right? You want to educate your kids. Very important, you know. And then so, this must have been, 2013? And I plan to go to Washington, historical city, museums, and my kids are like, museum, what? You know, kids nowadays, Generation Z, whatever they are, you know, Wi-Fi and social media. First question, Dad, do they have Wi-Fi in the museum? I'm like, son, I really don't know. What they did not know was it was the Smithsonian. Travel and Aviation, actually, museum. And I shared my passion for planes. And I told them one of the planes was named after me, which of course wasn't true, which is the Ryan Firebolt. And one of my favorites actually was the P-51 Mustang. Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing working as an economist. I should have become something else. Anyway, but designing planes, building planes, you know, nowadays is social media. Back then I used to build model planes. My whole ceiling was full of model planes. So the fascination with flying, with traveling, that was really my first love. And through that, and thank you, Mr. Mays, also for sharing this part of our history, that in 1923, actually one of the first water planes landed on the island. And a couple of years later, Charles Lindbergh, some of you might know him, well from the past of course, landed also a water plane in Curacao. I think it must have been the 28th of September 1922, when Maduro and Sons was working with trying to promote travel. So the Caribbean has a lot of history in terms of travel. And my grandfather, he was from St. Martin, and he was a fisherman, and he would refer to these things as flying fishing boats. And that somehow always caught my attention. So it wasn't only about planes, about water planes, which I think will make a radical comeback within 30 or 40 years. But the reason why I will share with you a bit later. So let me fast forward here a minute to the future and just go through some items that I would like to share with you about the role and responsibility of sustainable travel, what we call the circular destination, climate change and decarbonization, extremely important. I mean, Mr. Biemans already mentioned it, and yesterday we mentioned climate change. I will not dwell too much on the topic, but it is extremely important because it has such an important impact. And then how do we transition towards that? So when I speak about the Caribbean, I'm speaking about the wider Caribbean. I'm not speaking only about the Dutch Caribbean. I'm not speaking about the English Caribbean. I'm not speaking about the French Caribbean or the Spanish Caribbean or the Portuguese Caribbean, and nowadays the Chinese Caribbean, whatever you want to call it. For me, the Caribbean is the Caribbean, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of what previous countries might have ran the country or colonized the country, actually. And having a mom from Curacao, having a grandfather in St. Martin, and in-laws from anywhere from Galapagos to Guyana, obviously interconnectivity and travel between the islands is quite interesting. In fact, when I came back, I made it my mission to travel actually to every island in the Caribbean to actually look on the floor from the people how they were dealing with sustainable development, nowadays how they're dealing with climate change. And I tell you, travel is an experience beyond words in the Caribbean. It has taught me patience in terms of connectivity. So that is really part of what I'm going to talk about. Now, we heard already that tourism plays an important role in the Caribbean. I'm not going to repeat that, and it had a disastrous impact, of course, during the pandemic. Did we learn something from the pandemic? It's a question I still need to answer. I'm not convinced we have learned enough from the pandemic, but it does play an important role, and tourism is resilient as we move along. But we also have challenges. We have challenges, as we discussed, and I referred them to the C3A3 approach. The first C is connectivity. We spoke about the interconnectivity between the islands, the high costs, that's the second C, and of course the conservation of nature and the environment, which is essential for the islands of the Caribbean and the prosperity of society. And then we have 3As, which deal with the anticipation of future crises. Too often we say, oh my God, how did this happen? Just can't wait for somebody to say one day, oh my God, how did climate change happen? I didn't see this coming. The signs are there, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be coming sooner than later. Then we have the acceleration of innovation. Many of these trends are accelerating, and they have accelerated over the past 10 to 5 years. They will continue to accelerate. And last but not least is the affordability of flight and travel, particularly if we, and I refer to what Mr. May said yesterday also, and different other speakers, about travel would almost need to be a human right, that it's almost a moral obligation to facilitate travel in the Caribbean, especially between the islands, given the connectivity of families in the island. And within my family, there's a little joke. It's actually based on a true story. When my dad started dating my mother way back in the 60s, he had to fly to Curacao. And he would actually pay $6 to fly to Curacao. And he would tell his parents he was going to church. And then he would fly to Curacao and fly back again. It must have been a long, really church session going on there. But that's how important. I mean, if there was no flight, I would not be standing here. So thank you to whoever was flying back then in the Caribbean. I do believe it was must have been the ALM, I think. You guys know ALM? Also known as the Antilliaanse Luchtvaartmaatschappij. ESO, Miur, Ubianota, Yukorso, no. Altijd Laatmaatschappij, Criollo Swa. Now that was a trip. And I hear about travel in the Caribbean, interconnectivity. Did you know? I didn't. I mean, I should have known. I didn't know. I did with some homework. Way back then in the 1970s, when actually ALM was really doing really well. I mean, 14, 15 million a year profit, not bad for ALM in the 1970s. After that, But anyway, during that time, they had something called the Caribbean Island Pass. And for 21 days, you could crisscross in the Caribbean, in the Dutch Caribbean, mind you, let me specify that there a bit, for $105. And Lord, did I travel. I think it was more in Curacao than I was in Aruba. And my parents really made use of that. And there was even a larger package, which is called the Caribbean. And for $500, you could actually fly throughout the Caribbean for 30 days max. And you could actually hit Miami or New York only once to connect again to other places. And I'm like, if that was possible then, it should be possible now. Now I know, of course, inflation, price of oil, all sorts of stuff. But it just shows you how history tends to repeat itself over and over again. Speaking about air connectivity, now here's the challenge we have. And if you look at Aruba, we're not doing bad. We actually improved some of the inter-island connectivity. But many of the Caribbean islands actually have deteriorated in terms of inter-island connectivity over the past 10, 11, maybe 12 years. And this remains a huge challenge in the Caribbean. This is based on research by the World Travel and Tourism Council. So interconnectivity really remains an issue that needs to be tackled in a sustainable and efficient manner. And many have tried, and there are different reports out there talking about how we could do that from a sustainability perspective, focusing on what we call circular economy or circular principles, hence flying in circles, and looking at some of the challenge that we have, including developing the resilience economically, but definitely also environmentally, the nature, without forgetting that we islanders, most of us live in coastal areas. And if there's one challenge we have amongst others is, of course, the coastal and beach erosion, sea flooding going on, flooding. By the way, anybody drive around the island yesterday on Aruba? What a trip. And that was just a little bit of rain. Imagine you get more of that on a regular basis. We're in for a ride. Wasn't, Mr. Biemans, you said we're going to have to be snorkeling? Yeah, I fully agree with that. Your lobbies will be like a harbor where the boats can come in. Anyway, that's the future. So the circular destination. A lot has been said about the circular economy applied to destination, how we would use local resources and reuse them, recycle them. But just as a very simple example, what is this? Orange juice. Who else wants to wager? It's a bottle. It's plastic. It's waste. Pure waste. 40 grams of sugar. Not only for the environment, also for your health. It says GMO free. Was it produced locally? It says produced in the US and Brazil. How sustainable is this? waste. This is where it starts, ladies and gentlemen. Very simple steps. We import this. We drink this. Where does this end up? Except maybe by Bucuti. I won't speak for the Bucuti. But where does this end up? Somewhere across the airport. On a big pile of plastics and God knows what else is burning. This is pure waste. Is it necessary? What would you rather have if you're a tourist? With all due respect to Tropicana. Fresh orange juice. What about some fresh guava juice, man? Or what about the lime juice? Coconut water is good for your daughter. Full of iron, make you feel strong like a lion. Okay, that's the second rap. I'm not going to rap anymore. I leave that up to other family members. But this is pure waste. Pure waste. Not good, ladies and gentlemen, and we can all have a choice in that. It doesn't stop there. So I got this little guy. Don't kill me, Mr. Nice. What is this? Don't tell me a badge. It's a badge. What is this? Plastic, right? It's recycled plastic? I mean, I hope. Well, my question is, okay, cool. I look, does it have a date on it? I'm like, yes, it has a date in it. Damn, we can't reuse it. Well, what's going to happen after this with this? I'm going to keep it as a souvenir. I'm never, ever going to throw it away. It will outlive me for 500, God knows how many years. Waste. Waste. Pure waste. Simple examples of what circularity means. And Ewald can speak more about that. And others, by the way, who are following in the footsteps of that. Net zero roadmap. Look at the leader right there. What can I say? That's going to add to what Mr. Biemans said. But these things are extremely important. It's not enough to be carbon neutral. What did I just say? No. Mr. Biemans referred to carbon negative. We have to go net zero. And we don't have time. We need to accelerate that transition. Not only for the sake of our people, but the sake for the future. And future generations, and what we stand for. What is the legacy you want to leave behind? In 1923, the first water plane landed. On the 6th of November, 2022, the first Pipistrel E-plane landed on Aruba. I believe that within 30, 40 years, people will look back at that moment, that Sunday or that Saturday, whenever the plane arrived, as marking history, as changing the future of travel. That's how important those moments are, because we walk the talk. This morning we spoke about execution, we spoke about policy reports and policy plans. We have the knowledge, we have the experience, we know what we need to do, we just don't do it fast enough. And how do we make sure nature, the environment, the ocean, what lives below the sea, and I just love this stage, kudos to Elite, because as much as I take to the air, I love going underwater also. And when I saw the stage design, I'm like, oh man, this is like water, and I'm swimming below the ocean. I felt at home right away as a fish. But what happens below the ocean? What happens to our coral reef? These are things that are essentially important. And not all of us can go snorkeling. So we need to take care of that. Climate change, I won't dwell on this one. I'll try not to. But it's not something happening in Barbados only, or Bonaire, or St. Martin. And I'm not going to try to convince you whether this is real. These are just facts. We are already on Aruba at 1.5 going to 2% temperature increase over the past 30, 40 years. And recently, or right now in Egypt actually, people are saying, guys, we have 8 to 10 years to get our act together. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 1 meter sea level rise. Risks. Get your boat ready, Mr. Biemans. And when I told Mr. May some time ago, what's going to happen to the airport? He's like, yeah, what's going to happen to the central bank? What's going to happen to the hospital? What's going to happen to the utility company? Move it inland. Yeah, where? Parque Aricok? Somebody in the room is from Parque Arica. I know you're sitting right there in the back. Yeah, not on my watch. But these are challenges that we're going to face. We need to think about these things. And then last but not least, all the waste that goes into the water, the loss of biodiversity, the loss of sea life, and all sorts of interesting stuff floating on the bottom of our ocean, killing our reefs, killing our fish. There were species of fish on island that no longer exist today. I used to go fishing as a kid with my grandfather. And tourists would come aboard and we'd go fishing with them, and they would go fishing with, they could back to maybe Bucuti, I'm not sure, but any hotel, and they would have their fresh fish. That's an experience. That's an experience. And he would do it right next to the Ritz-Carlton, the fisherman hut. That was his place of fishing. Those are experiences that are extremely important. Now, yesterday there was a discussion about, whether this whole e-travel, whether the market will pick up for it or not. Like I said, I'm electrified, petrified. I'm not sure. I'll be the first one to take the plane. Maybe I'll fly the plane. But there is a growing demand. There is a growing demand for sustainable travel. More and more we see that travelers are looking to travel sustainable, particularly with the new generation that is coming along. They're much more conscious of what it means to be part of the solution and not be part of the problem. And for the heck of it, I do a lot of data analysis, and I use some big data analysis on Google Insights. And I was really curious to see, actually, from a US perspective, not to confuse different markets, whether this was really picking up or whether it was just stable. And I was pleasantly surprised, actually, that as of the first quarter of 2021, the interest or the curiosity, actually, for sustainable travel has increased. Quite significantly so compared to pre-pandemic. So there is that shift in the market from customers that are much more conscious about this. And I believe that if they understand that there's no CO2 emission anymore in Bucuti, they'll be even more conscious of the opportunities that they have. So in that process, we see different, like we mentioned before, evolution, starting with decarbonization, which is important, and that footprint of the travel industry, somewhere between 8 and 11%, depending on the source you use. But what is even more interesting is that 50% of all sorts of transportation, public, land, air, is about 50%. And it reinforces, in fact, actually what Mr. Biemans said, that if we're able to tackle from a holistic, if you like, ecosystem perspective, the transportation, we could definitely leave, as Steve Jobs said, a ding in the universe and really make a difference. So how do we go from carbon neutrality to net zero? Huge transition. We definitely need to extend the scope. This was mentioned yesterday also. It's not only what you do as a company, which is important, or as a business, or as an institution, but how do you extend the scope? How do we focus on the scope 2 and scope 3? So what I call the value network. And the value network is a managed ecosystem with a certain purpose. And it extends the ecosystem philosophy or principle to look at how do we manage value, not from a value chain perspective, from a value network perspective. And if you look at different institutions and businesses within the tourism and the hospitality industry, you do notice differences, whether between a scope 1 or a scope 2. Aviation is particularly on an 80% scope 1. We see, of course, accommodations much wider and larger. Cruises have a very strong impact. Cruise industry, which is only expanding. In fact, ships are becoming larger as we evolve over time. And by extending the scope, it also indicates and reinforces the fact that it takes more than one person or one institution or one organization to change and develop sustainable travel and promote sustainable travel. It requires different types of institutions and businesses and value networks that collectively, particularly when you're talking about scope 2 or 3, beyond what you're doing in your own hotel or in your own restaurant, which I believe can have a huge impact upstream and both downstream. The second evolution is where we are right now, is with the electrification of airlines and flight. again, different examples mentioned. Heart Aerospace with the plane, the ES-30, actually can fly about 200 kilometers. So we definitely see a lot of evolution going on. And this is more of a design of the plane. What do you notice in this picture? What strikes you? 4 engines, propellers, big belly, that's the battery. One of the challenges actually with planes, which is the weight. But there's something else really, in my world, beautiful about this plane. Any thoughts? See the wing structure? See the wing thrust? And I'll give you another picture maybe that will highlight this even more. This is Sugar. This is the subsonic ultra-green aircraft research, or also VOLT, as mentioned yesterday. And what is interesting here is the transonic truss-based wing. Their wingspan is much wider. And they use a truss to support that wingspan, which reduces or improves energy efficiency actually by 70%. And this is another way of improving flight, except for electric or maybe even other sorts of engines, which are much more energy efficient. But this is really how flight and travel and plane design is changing over time. This won't be available until 2030, so we have a couple of years. But these are things that are definitely having an influence. And this is my favorite one. This is where my beaver comes back into play. And this is where I believe, in my dream, that water planes or flying fishing boats, as my grandfather would call them, are going to make a comeback, particularly if we don't move inland somewhere else. And when the airport is underwater, I believe travel and water planes are going to make a comeback. And the interesting part about this plane, actually, it was just launched, just made its first test flight in Canada. I don't know what the Canadians are doing. My wife is going to be happy with this one. But obviously, it's retrofitted. It's an existing plane that they retrofitted with the possibility of flying electric. So not only are we designing new technologies and new planes, but we're actually reusing, if you like, existing planes, and we're retrofitting them with engines. And this could easily fly, actually, within the Dutch Caribbean without any major challenges. Electric flying in Twente, we all know about this. Next is Bonaire. Stay tuned, Aruba's to follow. Right, Mr. Nice? No? Yeah? Okay, cool. I'll sign up right away. This is really important, and not only for the technology. I can testify to it because not in the PP, which we'll call the pipistrel, but definitely flying is one major experience. And as an example, we had a competition going on to fly in the plane, and 200 people participated. When I brought my sons to the museum, they're like, museum? And when they left, guess what happened? They went into a bookstore, Barnes & Noble, and they bought like 5 books about airplanes. So it's so important that people experience, particularly the younger generation, that we educate them in different ways, but that they really experience what it is. And to have these facilities on island is extremely important because it creates new opportunities, and it's really important. So I believe this is excellent. When I saw this a couple of months back, I'm like, whoa, I want to go back. But this is really cool. And last but not least, I have to mention the hydrification also. And the different examples there of different planes. This one is from the 0E. The Airbus, whether it's a propeller, and of course the blended wing body is just like amazing to see the design of these planes, applying different types of technologies. But the future is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is not 5 to 10 years. This is going to happen more quickly than you think. Thankfully that it is, because we don't have much time. And when I speak about time, I don't mean a year or two. I mean 20 years, maybe max, before we have some huge challenges in the Caribbean. Now, we've been speaking about challenges. One of the questions that Larissa always asks when she's on stage, I've been paying attention, is what are some of the big challenges? Or somebody in the crowd. Well, you know, obviously when you're flying a plane, you don't want that to happen to it, right? You don't want to make no 360-degree looping going on. But there are challenges, and we've discussed these challenges for the past couple of days. There is a slight tendency to want to focus on the external challenges. And I think psychologically that's really interesting. It's called external locus of control. But I really want to do it, but they don't want to do it. So we tend to focus on regulation, technology. If your name is Peter Steinmetz, he's not here, so forgive me. It's money, it's capital, it's financing. It is a challenge. But very often, the challenge is also internal. And while you may have the leadership, you need to make that internal step. And I certainly believe if you really want this, you will do it. But as they would say in cartoon language, you need to will it. And in Dutch they would say, wil je het echt? You need to will this, and then it will happen. And one way of willing it, and to bring it to more practical terms, and actually Mr. Biemans mentioned it, but in a different way, but it's a very good example, is how do we measure and monitor some of these things that we do for the community, for the environment. And his final answer was really interesting because it's not about saving the money. That's a nice side effect, but there's another purpose you have there. And the passion that's been driving many of these legends for quite some time, actually. And one of those instruments is the ESG, looking at the environment, looking at the society, social factors, and the government's factors that more and more companies are applying and making it practical. One of the challenges with sustainable development goals is that it remains quite abstract, quite at a high level. And when you talk about an ESG from an environmental perspective, it becomes very practical. You're talking about a plastic, non-reusable orange juice that you're importing that's causing waste, that's causing cancer, and all sorts of other diseases, both for humans and the environment. And it translates that into different practices that you can measure. And more we see that the aviation industry, the travel industry, is paying attention to this. In fact, this year it was mentioned as one of the top issues in Europe, based on a survey that they conducted, by the ACI. Why this is so important. And airports are paying more and more attention. So it's not only about the policy, it's not only about the planning, but when you start executing these things, a roadmap is only as good as your measurement. If you have a roadmap, but you're not sure where you are in that roadmap, or how far you are, how many miles you've gone, or your milestones, doesn't make any sense. So you need to continuously measure. It doesn't really matter what you measure. There's so many measures that can use. Not only that, hotels such as Bucuti, but others are also applying this in their own unique way, looking at their operations, looking at how they contribute to energy usage, to water, to waste, looking at the careers of their employees, how they contribute to the community. Extremely important, ladies and gentlemen. You see, 60 years ago, tourism used to work for the community. That was the enabling role of tourism. Nowadays, I question whether that's still the case. It almost seems that the community is working for tourism. Have we lost sight about what is really important? A question. And it's also about the governance, the integrity, the ethos, the moral obligation that we have, and the ethics that we need to apply to some of these decisions. See, sustainable tourism and sustainable development is not about us, ladies and gentlemen. Too often we say we need to meet our own demands without compromising those about the future. I believe it's wrong. I believe sustainable development is an oxymoron. Because what tends to happen if we focus today and we don't compromise the future? We often tend to compromise the future. Because, we'll do it tomorrow, rather than start from the future. So it's not only flying to the future, it's flying from the future. It's using the future as your destination. And let the future inspire you. Let that be your guide, with your will and your passion and your purpose. Airlines are applying this. And they're also using more and more scientific-based measures. But it is challenging for airlines. Because only about 20% of what they can do is within their control. 80% is beyond their control. So you need to look at the value network of collaborating with others in the industry and beyond the industry, and particularly within the destinations of the Caribbean. And it doesn't stop there. We also see beyond the customers and the guests and the travelers and the visitors that credit rating agencies are now rating airlines on S&P, on ESG. And we still have a long way to go. One of the key risks, as we see here, is the climate transition risk. It's how do we transition towards a carbon negative, zero emission type of environment. It's not the shock of climate change, it's not the flooding, it's not the hurricane, but the transition. And how do we do that in a responsible way? And the key word here is responsible. And I think the question that Mr. Dennis McCall Jr. asked this morning about the difference between sustainable tourism and responsible tourism, the question is about responsibility and the shared responsibility that we have as islands in the Caribbean to design that future that we need. So let me conclude my presentation. With great responsibility or with great value and impact, such as tourism and travel, we have an even greater responsibility. They go hand in hand. And I believe the future is already here. We saw the Pipistrel land here. And that will accelerate. It will motivate the future. It's not about what you're doing as a business only, I believe, but it's also about the value network. And yes, I know it's challenging. Working across institutions, the first day we mentioned the P word. You know what the P word is? And then the whole room went silent and they said, ooh, politics. It's part of it. You need to deal with it. Part of the institutions that you have on island. Dealing with politics is not easy. But it's part of the equation that you need to deal with it. Just like my sons not wanting to go to a museum because boring. You need to make them curious. It's all about curiosity. Then you got to speak about relevance. Why is it important for us? Why is it important for you? They need to create a sense of emergency and continuously engage. You cannot blame the government or other public institutions if you're not engaging with them. That's not right. And last but not least, ask the question, what kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? Those are the 4 or 5 factors that are extremely important. We're dealing with public institutions, bureaucracies that have existed for a long time. Now, the acronym of CRUEL happens to be cruel. Because if you don't know it, it will be cruel. But those are the factors that are extremely important when focusing. And manage that transition. Motivate that transition. The transformation will happen, with or without you. The planet will be here. People, I don't know, but planet will be here, ladies and gentlemen. And the people need to take care of that planet in order to prosper towards the future.
This could be the most important minute of your day.
We have been through difficult times and face big problems ahead.
But every crisis contains both danger and opportunity.
You can play your part.
Right now.
Right now.
Please close your eyes. Imagine the better future we could have.
Imagine that future.
What does it look like for you?
For the people you love.
How do we lift each other up
and make it fair?
How do we protect nature
and save our shared home?
Picture that future you want.
Now open your eyes.
It's time to talk about the future we want.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Keep flying sustainably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ryan Peterson. And we have questions from our audience. I'm going to start with my first question here. From a research perspective, do you see it feasible for the islands to focus on similar travel packages ALM had back in the day to increase inter-island travel?
The short answer to that is yes, but we do need to look at the business model and the realities that we have today. I do not believe you can just repeat the past with the same decisions that were made back then. Technology has improved, our insights have improved, our talents have improved for that matter. We know about some of the mistakes that were made in the past by ALM and others, but I do believe it is feasible. Now, whether I'm optimistic or naive, I'm not sure, but I'm going to join Mr. Meis on that journey to make sure that it does happen. Because I believe it needs to happen. Will it be easy? No. Will it be challenging? Yes, because you'll always have 20% that will say, yeah, but this is really necessary, and it's too expensive, and it's too difficult. But what happens if the engine, the electronic battery fails in the air? Yeah, well, you know what? What can I say? Make sure that the plane is light, and you're glad you're with the Curacao. Oh, no, but on a serious note, it will be challenging. But it's not impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my question is, do we want this? Do we care enough? You know this. Intellectually, you're all smart people. But do you care? Do you care? Do you want to look at your grandkids? What are you going to tell them? What are you going to look like neighbors? It all boils down to that. And then it will happen. So yes, the answer is yes. Do we need to do more research? For sure. I'm first and foremost a data person and research person, so I'll second that, but we need to will it, and then it's going to happen.
Speaking of research and data, can you provide some research topic areas that you think are of importance and should be focused on in aviation regarding sustainability for the 6 islands?
Yes. Again, I'm not an aviation expert, but if I have to go for number 1, number 2, number 3 of priorities, I'm extremely biased towards climate change. I believe we need to conduct more climate change studies and climate solutions. It's a top priority that we need to conduct, whether it's airports conducting that, whether it's the circular airport, because this plastic orange juice is not only sold at a hotel or provided by a hotel, it's also provided by every airport I visited over the past 20 years in the Caribbean. The unsustainable practices that I see still too often at airports or travel or along the value chain are too much. So I do believe that there are a lot of items there that are important. For those of you who say, yes, let's study energy efficiency. Yes, I believe climate mitigation and energy efficiency is important. But for me, more important is climate adaptation. The entertainment of a question like what happens to the airport, or for that matter, the hospital, or any other critical infrastructure that you have as an island is an extremely important question that we still have not answered enough. And I believe those are the areas that I believe are extremely important to study, to investigate further, not only on one island. I believe this needs to be studied from a Caribbean-wide perspective. And I believe also whether it's the DCNA or the DCCA, they play an important role in these research questions and can work with universities, can play with international institutions. And these are not new questions. In the 1990s, I conducted a study for, anybody know Leo van Wijk? Ex-director of the KLM? Way back then in the years. I had the pleasure and honor of working with KLM back then, and they were in a merger with Northwest, and these were relevant questions, and he approached the university. And the rest is history, but so when airlines ask questions, or airports, or anyone in the value chain, I think these are very important questions. And of course, I'm an economist, so I will look from it from a certain perspective, but there's so many other areas, engineers that you will need to study, business people, HR, the talent, the human capital that we need, and the knowledge that we need to solve some of these challenges. I think these are all relevant areas, for sure.
We have a question from Gideon, who's also joining us in the audience. According to the ILO, global warming will lead to 80 million job loss and a $2.4 trillion loss. How can we in the Dutch Caribbean create sustainable jobs?
I do believe that before we create sustainable jobs, we need to do something else. We need to make sure we're alive. And I really mean that. Because climate change will have some serious effects for the islands of the Caribbean. And different studies have already proven that. And the first study we conducted on Aruba was by an ex-student of mine who was here yesterday in a panel, Mr. Edwin Kelly. He conducted the first study in 2011 on climate change. And recently we conducted that study again in 2021. And I was pleasantly disappointed or unpleasantly surprised that not much has changed in terms of perception of climate change and what the impacts could be. Will we lose jobs? Yes, but we will lose lives before we lose jobs. And people will then have to migrate or move away. The island will become smaller, and coastal areas will be flooded. And so it's not only the loss of jobs, but the loss of lives and livelihoods, actually, that is extremely important. And that is still, for me, not enough of a priority throughout the Caribbean. And I notice it not only in Aruba, I notice it in other islands also. I mean, half of St. Martin will be gone. Bonaire, forget about it. There's only a small part of Bonaire which will be left. And like this, we have other destinations that are still thinking that climate change, Ryan, is going to happen in 2050 or 2070. And what about the jobs? Once we've saved the lives, then we need to save the livelihoods. And we have lessons from the past. I think the pandemic was a very good lesson about what happens if suddenly the island shuts down. And I'm not talking about 3 months, I'm talking about for a much longer time. Which means that you will need to rely on the creativity, agility, the power of imagination and invention and innovation to do that. But we need to prepare these people for the jobs of the future. Now, whether that's a digital future, a virtual future, or a future filled with climate change, which is there, which is happening, it will take a generation to educate that future. But people need to see it. People need to realize it, that it is a challenge and it will become a bigger challenge as we move forward. Because what happens if there's climate change? I don't have the answer to this question. And you have all the hotels, and we're building more hotels on the coast. That's a different story. Anyway, but what happens to those people working there? You know what? They're going to run kayaks? I don't have the answer to the question, but it is a serious question. And I believe this will be detrimental, definitely to the Caribbean, particularly small island tourism economies that depend so heavily on tourism. And I think tourism and travel need to be part of that solution.
One more question, or last question. In your view, what are the top 3 components of responsible transition to sustainable travel?
For me, the responsibility question is about ownership, it's about accountability. And that first of all, people need to industry needs to recognize that we all have a role to play in that. And it's not just the tourism and travel industry. It's other industries that also play a fundamental role in that, whether it's the public sector, whether it's the financial sector. So recognizing that you have that responsibility and that you have a role to play. Very often we think, oh no, you know, Larissa's going to fix this problem. No, it's also part, you're co-responsible for that. So if that sinks into people's mindsets, then it's how do we design that system so that we can really collaborate to create that value network. And last but not least, how do we measure that value network, that roadmap that we want to move forward on, and communicate that continuously back to the different stakeholders that we have involved. That part of communication is extremely important, because if not, you will have a good roadmap, a beautiful policy paper, but execution and enforcement does not happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ryan Peterson, thank you very much for joining us with your presentation and your valuable data. With over 20 years of experience in the aviation industry, Esther Kromhout heads up the aviation team of Royal Haskoning de Have under the well-established brand of NACO and Intervistas. In her current role of Director Business Unit, she leads more than 200 multidisciplinary airport consultants of over 40 nationalities. Today, she will talk about meeting the increasing environmental expectations from local communities and passengers. She's no stranger to our One Happy Island, so she's enthusiastic about contributing to the region's development and prosperity. Let's welcome Esther Kromhout.
you very much, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. I'm very modest in having to talk after these two very inspirational gentlemen with two very similar and, on the other hand, different messages, right? Ewald's was very, very hopeful. And it was very, just do it, right? I started in the 90s, I've done it, and it's possible. The next one petrified me a little bit, to be honest, but I'm also hopeful because I still think we can do it, but we just have to do it. We've all been asked to talk about a similar topic, but from a different angle. And I noticed there's a lot of similarities. So you might find I make some jumps in my presentation because, as we say in Dutch, het gras is voor mijn voeten weggemaaid. Every once in a while, the previous speakers spoke about similar topics. But I think that is also a very important message because we all look at these topics from a different angle, but we see the same thing. The awareness has been there for years. I think all of us have been raised when we went to school that the environment was important, etc. We were aware somehow, but we didn't really act. Recently, a lot of important institutions have committed themselves. ACI has committed itself, ICAO has, United Nations has, and now all we need to do, I think, is act one step at a time. So I'm going to talk about meeting the increasing environmental expectations from local communities and passengers. And the word increasing is not here without a reason, because their expectations have risen in the few minutes that I've been talking here. And I think it's very difficult for airports and their communities to stay up. A little bit on my background. I received a lovely introduction earlier. I'm representing two well-known brands in consultancy and design in aviation, NACO and Intervistas. NACO is a company that's over 70 years active in the industry. We've been established in 1949 by Plesman, so we share our roots with KLM. Our history is very much intertwined with Schiphol. And where we originally started as airport infrastructure designers, airport terminal building designers, we really moved into the whole wide scene of aviation consultancy. And the two topics that I want to discuss today are sustainable aviation and climate resilience. Just coming back to my previous speaker, one of the topics that we do a lot of studies on for different airports in the world, we've recently finished Kansai and also Shanghai, is climate resilience for airport. What do you do when the tsunami hits? How do you get your airport back up and running? Specifically on an island state where if your airport is out of operation, your island is cut off of the rest of the world. So very important topics. There's two other topics. We have three priorities that we look at the moment: sustainability, customer experience, and digitization. And in this speech, I talk about all three of them. And actually, recently, we've combined customer experience and digitization because a lot of the customers' experiences are digital. A little bit about our background in the Caribbean. We have worked all over the Caribbean, the Dutch Caribbean, but also some of the other islands. We've done the Tower of Bonaire. I'll talk a little bit about that later. We recently completed the new terminal in Sint Eustatius. We're proud designers of the expansion here at Aruba Airport. And of course, as mentioned before, we were part in the consortium together with NLR that has written the e-flight study for the ministry. Here are some old pictures that we found in our, not even in our digital archive, but in our paper archive. We are the designers of the original shell airport terminal building of Aruba, which is currently the arrival building. And the picture next, you might think that doesn't look familiar. That's probably because that was a design for a building that's never been built. And we're very proud to be part of, we're talking 100-year aviation in Aruba next year, and I think we've been part for almost 60 years on that journey. I put this picture here because I think you can already see the shape of this building now coming up, and I just wanted to add a little personal anecdote also. I've been, as mentioned, active in the aviation industry for nearly 20 years. But I was actually born and raised right in the approach of the Zwanenburgbaan at Schiphol. So I always claim that I have a bit of kerosene in my blood. And the thing is, I already noticed that a lot has happened living underneath the approach of the runway. The planes have gotten a lot more silent than they were before. Their holding patterns are a lot more efficient than they were. I used to be a lifeguard, actually, in our local pool. And every morning when we arrived, I had to take a cloth and go around the circumference of the pool to take away the grease. The cloth would be completely black from the kerosene. Our garden furniture would turn black, and every month my mom would clean it. That doesn't happen anymore. So apparently a lot has happened already, but we're not there yet. And I did start working at NACO in 2015, and for some reason I have been very lucky of having an opportunity to work in smaller countries for longer periods of time. I've worked in Gibraltar for 4 years for the government, building their new airport terminal. And I've worked for almost 4.5 years at Aruba Airport, and I'm very happy to see a lot of my former colleagues and friends here in the audience. And I think Aruba, the Caribbean, crawled in my heart. I felt at home, the smell when the plane landed, and the opportunities that we have here with this airport project are just fantastic. So I'm looking forward and coming back next year and see this building. Back to the topic of today. The environmental expectations from passengers and local communities. They center on 3 drivers that are fully integrated. We're talking about the passenger experience, and if throughout the presentation you'll recognize the little symbols when I go through a few projects to give examples. The passenger experience based sustainability, digital integration, and seamless connectivity. And I think what we've been doing in the last few years, and again, Aruba is a great example with their Happy Flow, we focused on seamless flows. But it was still very much focused on the trip in the airport, which is already a big challenge. But I think nowadays we should focus on the door-to-door. That's what people expect, a seamless door-to-door connectivity. Another driver is community engagement. The airport is in the middle of the community. I think on island states even more strongly than elsewhere. You can think people have no choice, you have no competition. Your airport is the one to be used. But the role you play in a community as an airport is huge. And I think it's so important on sustainability, on equity, diversity, and inclusion to be an example to the community and take the role of a champion, lead by example. You also need to respond to the rapidly changing social dynamics. And these show similarities airport by airport, but also are very peculiar for every situation because every airport is different. The third driver is the environment. We need to reduce the carbon footprint, energy use, and the environmental impact. And of course, it's also important to deal with the other challenges, like livability. An airport is a small city, as it is. And I think it's important that we work together with the people that are specialists in healthy cities, because there's so much that can be done. And as here I found some of the similarities, and I won't mention them all, but it's just very interesting to see that these three drivers, they all link back to the United Nations development goals. And here I think people will start recognizing it, and they will see what their contribution is to all of these. So if I look back at passenger experience, we look at accessibility and inclusiveness for all kinds of passengers, not only the persons with reduced mobilities, but also people that are more anxious, people that can't see, children, elderly. Inclusiveness is very wide. We look at the passenger services, experiences. Here the example came from a previous project that we did, but any airport has to do with the fact that you look at your local feel, give the people a sense of place. That's what people expect, that they know where they are. Seamless flows, easy wayfinding, and it's also important passengers expect to see green things, live things in airports nowadays, but also the surrounding of the airport. The environment, the other driver, resource management, energy efficiency, and local environmental challenges. What I discussed on community engagement, the employees are a very important part of your community, right? They're your ambassadors. I think that was mentioned also by Mr. Ewald, right? They will send your message across. And if they are happy, they're also good ambassadors for your airport. And there I also found the link very interesting, that we say, you know, how much money did you save? What did you make? I don't think that's really the issue anymore. You have to be sustainable as an airport. It gives you a license to operate. And if you do it well, the benefit will come. The benefit will come in happy employees that are ambassadors for you. If your customers, if the passenger experience is well, your passengers are happy, as a consequence, they'll spend more money. That's been proven at airports for a very long time. If you have more money, you have more to invest, you have more to give back to your environment. If the community feels valued, if they feel seen by the airport, they'll work with you. And it's therefore, it's so important that you know what goes on in your community, that you proactively engage with your community. Because if you sit back and wait, well, I think, I'm not saying Schiphol is sitting back and they're waiting, but I do know that the climate activists that jumped the fence on Sunday, you know, the reputational damage that they cause is tremendous. So it's really important to have the discussions with all these parties. I want to just run through a few examples of what has been done now. And these are things that a few years ago weren't even done, with the lucky exception of the Galapagos. I think they were like amazing trailblazers for what has been done. But these things were seen until a few years ago as sort of nice to haves. I want to run through what we have done on some of our projects to show some examples. And that also gives us like a see-through on what people are expecting now, because this is more or less getting to be the minimum, the standard. And I'm very, very pleased to see when I started in airport designing, you know, usually, and we raised the topic of sustainability, often the answer was, well, as long as we're compliant, we're fine. You know, are we going to put in an oil petrol interceptor? Oh, no, it's not obligatory. It's not obligatory, guys, but it's really good practice. Now I'm really pleased to see that a lot of airports, a lot of our clients are asking way more than that perhaps their regulations are asking for. And I think that is an eye-opener. As airports, there's an intrinsic motivation to do better. And I think that's really commendable. So one of the examples here is a new design for Delhi Noida International Airport. And it's a project from Zurich. And the thing that you see here on the main picture is the main square. It's the forecourt. It is a two-story building, but throughout the course of the project, it was decided not to build a curb. So not to build a two-level curb, but just build one forecourt. It's a forecourt it's like an anchor point. It's where all the people meet. It gives a space for cultural events. It's a pleasant space to be. It's open air. It's not climatized. So it has sort of triple benefits not to have this curb, which was designed originally. You save a lot of concrete. I think you've all been in airports where you step out and you're sort of in between the viaducts and the petrol fumes are there and taxis are driving and it's very unpleasant. Imagine coming out of this airport on your way to another form of transport because it's been designed as a regional multimodal hub. It's just your vacation starts the moment you get out of that door. And I think these aspects are very, very important. And I've actually seen it work because I arrived myself a couple of weeks ago in Eindhoven Airport. And it's a 1-hour drive to my house. I wasn't even hungry, so I was just about going to walk out of the terminal, get into my car and drive home. And I get out and I see this lovely terrace, and it's a nicely landscaped area. And there's a food stall that sells worstenbroodjes, which are like sausage rolls, which are typical for the area of Eindhoven. And this airport, Eindhoven Airport managed to take 30 euros out of my wallet to buy the whole family worstenbroodjes and a few coffees. Why? Because, you know, it was there, it was happy, it was just a really good atmosphere. And that, for me, was proof that it worked, because I walked away and I thought, I wasn't going to spend all this money, but it just, yeah, it works. It's local, you recognize yourself, and it's just a pleasant space to be. There's no cars there, it's just pedestrians. I think this is very important. It makes an airport a nice place to be. Another example is Sint Eustatius Airport, which of course is a relatively small airport. But what really stood out for me in this design is the fact that it was built climate resilience to withstand a Class 4 hurricane, but there was further thinking. The building is not only withstanding, obviously it would be closed as an airport when the hurricane hits, but it's actually designed that it can also function as a community shelter. And I think this is a relatively very small investment, but the impact on the community is enormous. In the material usage, it's also taken care that it has a light-colored rooftop, so we avoid the heat island, so the heat building up. It has the outdoor spaces where the wind can go through, where the people can stay and wait for their aircraft. So you save on your energy usage, you save on your air conditioning, and again, you create a pleasant space for the people to be. The Bonaire Air Traffic Control Tower. What stood out for me here was the fact that there's an open-air staircase. And it just, imagine having to climatize a staircase for, how long would you use a tower? 40 years maybe? And people walk through it in the morning when they go up, and in the evening when they go down. And even if you would climatize it, then they have to get out and walk to their car. So it just makes a lot of sense. The building has a cantilevered control room that provides shade. And it's a very nice place for the staff to rest. And here you look at your staff well-being as well. And of course, talking about a sense of identity, the fact that it resembles a flamingo at Flamingo Airport, you might think it's, on one hand, it might be cheesy, but I think on the other hand, it really sticks out for people, and they know where they are, and they know where they're returning. This is a project designed by the Danish architect BIC and the UK HOK, and NACO provided all the airport specialist consultancy. And what really strikes out to me in this design, which won the competition and design is the actual design project is starting in the beginning of the year, it's the use of wood. Very low CO2. It gives the building a contemporary sense of place. It's local wood. It's very similar to the old-fashioned way of construction in Switzerland, which was always wood-based. But what I really like about this also is that it minimizes material uses, because the wooden structure, it's the structure. It provides, there's no need for further architectural finishes. And it also provides the whole shape and the natural wayfinding within this building. There's clear sightlines and daylight that create sort of intuitive, that's a very difficult word, intuitive wayfinding. You know where to go, even if you don't see any, I mean, the signs are there to help you, but naturally you go in the right direction. And that really gives a great passenger comfort. What we see here also is there's a strong focus on terminal waste management, which I think it's important. You give your people the opportunity to recycle. But here I think it's also a small connection to the fact that you need to make sure that you don't do it alone. Because if you design your building where people can recycle, you also need to make sure that in the contracts that you close with your concessionaires, they're working with you. You don't want to create a very sustainable airport and then have no means to tell the people off if they're using polystyrene or single-use plastics, etc. So it shows again that as an airport, you lead by example, but it doesn't stop by placing the bins. You need to take it further, incentivize people. And I'm very, very pleased also, for example, in the design of Aruba Airport itself, that more and more airports are installing water fountains. And I know it's a chunk out of their income, but it just makes so much sense. And the people will buy something else to drink. They will. But they won't if they have to buy their plastic bottle of water. And the funny thing as well is that more and more people, it's not about the money. They just simply do not want to buy a plastic bottle of water. They're happy to pay €1 if they have to, preferably for the good cause, to fill their water bottle, but they don't want to buy plastic bottles anymore. We make the jump to Aruba Airport, and I hope all of you in a couple of years can walk through this building. And another interesting topic is mentioned here as well, right? It's a LEED certified design. It states that you need to make a comfortable walking route to public transportation. These are the kind of things that don't only benefit your passengers, but they also benefit the community. If you have a good public transportation to your airport, which I know in Aruba is still to be worked on, it also creates an alternative for your staff to get to the airport. And if there is a good connection, it also creates a good connection for the people that live around your airport back into town. I worked on an airport myself where they ended up shuttling their staff from the city to the airport. And they've been doing that for years. And at a certain point, they reached a commitment with the community, and the bus that returned back into town to pick up the next crew took the school children to school. And it's such a simple thing. And it didn't cost them any more money because the bus was driving anyway. But you really do an outreach to your community, and this was in a very poor country, so some of the children didn't even go to school for the simple fact that they didn't have transportation. And I think there you can really fulfill your role as an airport as the centerpiece of your communities. Landscaping at Aruba Airport also designed with local plants in place, because it's very nice to put all kinds of plants at your airport that requires a lot of water. There's a reason why these plants don't grow in your country, right? So use the plants that are endemic to your country. Although since the last few days, you could have planted anything at your airport, but I do know from living here that is quite an exception. Here, we also have the waste separation in different categories. And I remember myself having the discussions in 2016 with the people picking up the luggage, picking up the garbage. And I don't know how Mr. Ewald has done it, but at the time, it was very difficult to bring different flows of waste, like glass and plastic and cardboard, and to the waste company. And there again, I think you see how important it is to reach out, to talk to them, to see what's possible, and just make it happen. And again, if there's enough demand, then the offer will definitely follow. So you reach out as an airport to start waves of change within your community. And a very important point also in Aruba Airport is the baggage handling system, where we spent a lot of energy picking the right system that would be energy efficient and that could also deal with the big peaks that the airport has, but that in slow times or hours of the day that it's not as busy, that the system will use none or very limited power, only for the few bags that go through. And I think these kind of things altogether make the difference. The few examples I mentioned here were newly designed buildings. Here in Lima, we did a study post-design, which is a bit of a missed opportunity, but it's incredible to see what you can still improve if you look at an existing design from a sustainable and passenger experience perspective. And there were quite a few recommendations that we could give the client there to improve on what they had. One of the topics there that we really focused on was accessibility and inclusiveness again, employee safety and well-being. How many airports we haven't built where in the past, where the staff facilities were bare to a minimum and there was no daylight and the routes were very inconvenient and people would have to take their trash in the weirdest up and down stairs and through the back. Again, coming back to the fact, happy staff are the best ambassadors, and happy staff create more happy passengers also. And I think especially nowadays, when up to about half a year ago, I keep hearing the biggest problem for airports is the COVID and the COVID recovery. And now, wherever we come throughout the world, the problem often is staff. Staff retention, getting enough staff, keeping the staff, and keeping the staff happy. So these were topics that we looked at in this project also. So we did several recommendations on waste management, on electrifying all of the GSE, and better use of solar energy. And then you realize that there's still buildings being designed that give little attention to these topics. And hopefully that is something sooner than later, something of the past, because it seemed to be very logical solutions. Well, I think on this topic, I don't need to spend a lot of attention. E-flight as a sustainable solution for the Caribbean. But I think just to mention two quick topics that in relation to the community, obviously the reduce of impact of noise, it's very beneficial for the community, and also your zero emission. So these are examples of things that are already done. So the question is, what is next in this fast-changing world of aviation? Coming back to the three themes, the three drivers that I discussed earlier, passenger experience, putting the passenger at the heart of the experience, and not doing that on your own as an airport, but doing that together with all your stakeholders. We have to become fully digital, deliver an integrated, paperless journey. People are expecting more and more personalized services, personalized information, personalized data. And the last one for me on this slide, deliver sustainable, simplified travel. Deliver the integrated door-to-door journey. And the thing is, passengers' expectations are growing with what they experience also in other fields. When you book a hotel room, it's so simple. You book it, you cancel it, you book it 4 months in ahead, 3 days before you can cancel, you book something else, you change your plans, you let somebody else stay in your hotel room, nobody cares as long as you let them know. And in the airline industry, how difficult is it sometimes to change your ticket, and there's small print, and even if you did read the small print before you ticked the box where you said, yes, I accept the general conditions, if you did read it, you didn't even understand what it meant, and you just clicked, and you only find out if something happens back home and you want to return quickly. And then it's all impossible, and it costs twice the price of your original ticket to fly home the same day. So people are getting different expectations. But I'm also thinking, how lovely would it be if I finish my vacation in Aruba, and I think, I'm leaving tomorrow. And I go to one location on my phone, and I arrange for my shuttle to the airport, I get checked in, I get my slot perhaps for the virtual queuing at the security. I can book a room because I have a meeting in the hour before I fly out, so I can book a little cubicle to have my meeting. My car, when I come back home at the carport, at the airport, my electrical car has been charged. And I can even make sure that my heating goes on an hour and a half before I arrive home, all in one spot. Now you still have to go to 6 different locations, and this is where you check in, and this is where you do your virtual queuing, and this is where you book your transfer. And the technology is there. I know it can be done, but somehow we haven't aligned all the stakeholders yet to get these kind of things done. You know, in Europe, you take an international train to catch intercontinental flights, and they don't connect, and there's a delay, and you lose out. I think it's very simple, and we all know the urgency, but somehow we haven't sorted it out yet. But it is what the passengers of today and tomorrow expect. Community engagement. You have to show commitment. You have to show authenticity. You have to be honest. And I very much like that. I saw it in the Aruba airport strategy also. It's a simple strategy. You can explain it. It has a few pillars. And if you communicate to your community what you're doing and why you're doing it and what your progress is, there's so much more understanding. And obviously, it also creates your own stick, because if you say you're going to do something and you publish you're going to do it, you'll be held to it. You have to engage with your community. And it's great that, I think, is it on Friday or on Thursday, that there's the community day where the Aruban community can come into the airport and see the plane. It's these things that make the difference. And being raised very close to Schiphol, our local sport tournaments, I remember, were sponsored by Schiphol. We also had the opportunity to go in a bus trip, and I'm that old that I remember that we just drove onto the airside. I don't recall there was any security screening or whatsoever, but this whole bus full of kids drove onto the airside, and we were allowed to walk into a plane and sit in a plane, and most of us had never flown anywhere. So it creates this commitment in your community. And what I mentioned also earlier, if you make the money through your efficient processes and your happy passengers and your well-organized retail scheme, you can share in your economic success with your community. And I've also seen locally here the examples where the Wings for Hope program supports local school children. I mean, how great is that? Because these are probably, some of those will be your employees of the future. On sustainability, getting back to, say what you do and do what you say, practice what you preach, define your roadmap, hold yourself accountable, engage, share your progress, do it in screens in the terminal, show your passengers, like Bucuti does with their guests, show them what they can do to contribute to the environmental targets of the airport. And be open about what's happening. Don't hide it. It is happening. I think we all know that it's happening. I don't know whether the interest in the United States on sustainable travel only had to do with the COVID, or that it also had to do with a change in government, but I'm very happy to see that even there, everybody is aware. Almost everybody is committed. And now all that needs to happen is that we all action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther, for joining us with this presentation today. And of course, we have questions from the audience. Our first question today says, as some construction projects take years to complete, how does NACO incorporate the sustainability and technology improvements to its designs?
That is a very good question, because indeed, sometimes it takes years from the moment that let's say, the scope of works of the project was defined until it gets designed and tendered and built. I think one of the key things that we try to do is create flexibility. Because there's one thing that we know, whether it is related to sustainability and technology improvements, everything is going to change in an airport. So what we really try to do is make a distinction between the elements that are fixed, which is the structure, your facades, your staircases, your toilet blocks. These are things that you do not easily want to move around. Right. And the things that are more considered finishes, which have a shorter turnover. So they are replaced every 10, 15, 20 years, either through developments or through bigger changes. And I think nowadays, if you look at our designs and designs of some of our competitors also, I think less is more is also a very important aspect. But with technology improvements, there, I think the thing to do is that instead of describing exactly what you want to get, for example, with a baggage system, you don't exactly describe what you want to get, you describe what you want the system to do. And then you leave it also up to the suppliers to come up with their suggestions, but also they can then include the latest technology.
All right, thank you very much. We have a question from Gideon. How can we in the Dutch Caribbean combine livability with sustainable travel? Do you want him to elaborate a little bit more on that question? Because
I was
he's
looking
joining
a little
us
bit for the background, yeah.
He's joining us in the audience. Can we do we have a handheld mic for our participant in the audience? I see him. Gideon, perhaps you can join us in the conversation and explain yourself a little bit more with the question.
Yes, I asked the question because you spoke about livability and sustainability. So I want to know what kind of advice you can give about how you can combine that with sustainable travel within the Dutch Caribbean.
It was a little difficult to hear exactly what you were saying. And that makes it difficult to correctly answer your question.
Okay.
If I look at sustainable travel and livability, right, I think it's about what everybody needs to do to protect the island. So we need to make sure that the tourism doesn't harm the island, and we need to make sure that the people that live on the island don't harm the island. And probably what I'm saying about do not harm is already superseded by the thing that not only not harming is not enough anymore. We need to improve. And we need to do it together with the community and the tourists, because the tourists depend on the community and the community depends on the tourists.
Right, and as Mr. Mercera told us this morning as well, it's everybody's business a little bit. All right, we have another question from Gideon. He asks, what must be in place so that the digitalization process for air travel in the Dutch Caribbean can be sustainable and a success?
I think there the most important thing to be in place is cooperation. Cooperation between your airlines, your immigration officials, your airport, because the technology is there. I think that's proven. But it's sometimes difficult to get these things started because as a community you benefit from it, but it's difficult to figure out who's going to pay, who is the main driver behind this. But I think if you make sure that you have the right parties around the table and everybody is convinced about the benefit, then you can figure out how to deal with the original startup investments.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Esther Kromhout. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you once more.
Thank you.
Our second and last panel for today will touch on the importance of regulation and legislation to protect the environment, and also how does tourism positively contribute to the protection of natural resources. Let's meet our moderator. She's a certification and membership care manager at Green Globe Certification, where she works directly with Green Globe members and international network of independent auditors daily. Please join me in welcoming Nathaly Stanley.
So it's been an interesting day, a lot of interesting discussions, presentations. I've seen a trending theme about nature, obviously at a sustainability conference. That's to be expected. So to round off the day, we're going to be discussing offering an authentic experience. And we have three very fitting panelists today. I'd like to welcome them at this time. Melinda Hassel, the Director of Tourism at the Dcca Tourist Bureau. Please take a seat at the first. Melinda has a lot of experience in working at different tourism authorities throughout the Caribbean. So she's not only been with Dcca, but she's also been in Aruba, actually, the Dominica, and she has over a decade of experience in this area. Our next panelist will be Natasha Silva, the Chief Conservation Officer at Aruba's National Park, Aricoc. Natasha is a true conservationist at heart, and her love for nature stemmed from when she was a little child. She even has stories that she remembers of when she was a child, and we'll bring that forward during the panel. And last but certainly not least, Miles Mercera, who you all heard today. He is the CEO of the Tourism Corporation in Bonaire. Similar to Melinda, Miles has also worked at different tourism authorities throughout the Caribbean. The little difference that they have is that Miles has actually dabbled a little bit in politics. So we'll get back to you. We'll get back to that at some point. So first of all, when we think about an authentic experience, I'd like you all to just think a little bit about what comes to mind. So what are those elements that you're looking for when you want to experience an authentic experience? If I'm not mistaken, oftentimes we'll jump to local food, local music, experiences with local people, right? Those are all very important elements. But I believe that sometimes we miss the natural component of it, the natural environment, which is very important, especially for destinations such as Aruba or any Caribbean island. So today we're going to zoom in a little bit more on that aspect. And we're going to look at the consumption versus conservation, regulation and legislation, and the environmental impact of tourism. So I'd like to start off with Natasha. Natasha, would you like to share with us what an authentic experience means to you as the head conservationist at the National Park of Aruba?
So yeah, on Aruba, that's quite a challenge, I must say, considering that we're a very densely populated and highly visited island. But still, we have nature out there, and the more you develop an eye for actually seeing nature, the more you'll see it all around you, including in the urban areas. So for us as conservationists, working on an island like Aruba is a huge challenge. We often have huge internal discussions on what do you consider authentic nature. So to the outsiders, they would say, well, nature is authentic, of course. But yeah, I mean, it is real. It's uncorrupted. It is, it's still there. You can see it. So you think, okay, anything you see in nature that is authentic. But if you consider the centuries, and it's not on all the islands just as extreme, but on Aruba it's certainly extreme. If you consider all the centuries we've had of deforestation, huge logging going on for centuries with wood export. We've had agriculture taking place, aloe planting on the island. We've had livestock roaming the entire island and eating everything that's green for centuries, which has led to huge deforestation and also soil degradation, which has had a huge impact on our ecology and our landscape. So basically what you're seeing now as nature, is that truly the authentic Aruban nature? And if you consider what our grandfathers or forefathers saw as nature on Aruba, that is quite a different nature than what we consider authentic nature today. So the question then is, what is authentic nature on Aruba?
Is that what is authentic today was not authentic yesterday, basically.
And that's a phenomenon called shifting baselines.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess the question would be, what is authentic today then? As you said, you've had a lot of discussion about that. Yeah. To me, when I think of authentic Aruba, it's a desert island. Would that be the right definition of what an authentic nature looks like in Aruba?
Well, that's your reality now.
Correct.
Correct. But if you look at what was originally there before humans had their impact, it was a completely different island. It was densely forested. There were ferns. There was a completely different type of wildlife and vegetation. So then you come to the question, what is authentic? So we kind of put, as conservationists, we tend to put aside the authenticness of nature because the discussion is endless. And if you want to start restoring, because we've all been talking about, you know, not doing harm or not having an impact, but Aruba is, you could say, so far gone, and that's for a lot of places on Earth, you're actually not even, you have to go beyond not doing harm and not having an impact. You have to start restoring what's still there. And there's so much that needs restoring, and that's going to cost billions and billions, and you're better off just protecting it now instead of having to invest billions afterwards to restore it back. So yeah, we look now at basically, with climate change going on, what can still survive on our island. That's basically what we're looking at for restoration.
All right.
And how do you then bring back biodiversity under the current circumstances?
I assume that also looks at not just what can survive here, but what can survive and not harm things that were here before them.
It's quite complex. It is indeed, yeah.
If you think about the boas that have come over,
yeah, and so I don't know if everyone knows, we have a boa issue, a boa constrictor issue on the island, but they've been here for decades. As conservationists, we've kind of said we have to get used to them. They're here to stay. We're not going to be able to eradicate them. They reproduce, they're live-bearing, so forget it. They have tens of, you know, about 20 young a year, so that's impossible. So you just have to try and see how the balance will restore itself and be aware of, you know, as the population increases and you bring in more tourism, with every single aspect along the way of the tourist journey, make sure you check and see, you know, how is this impacting the environment? Because like Ewald said, sorry, I call him Ewald, but he's in our board. As Mr. Biemans says, you know, we are, and too little of us realize that we are, as Caribbean islands, we're all in the nature business. If you don't have your nature, you don't have your tourism product, and yeah, we conservationists will be very sad. But so yeah, you have to make sure that you know, protect it, and every single step along the way. And also not only looking at not doing harm, we are, you know, all the little things we do are really important. As an individual, or as corporations, or as the government. It's not only the government. Every single one of us has a role to play, and you should also play it, because you are responsible for the impacts taking place. And a lot of us are just not, you know, getting into that behavioral change. But I'll keep my mouth shut, because I could go on for hours. Sorry, people.
All right, that's okay. So just to recap, I would say that authentic is just trying to keep what we already have in place and not to lose it.
And make it climate, how can you say, yeah, climate resilient, because we also have to not only look at what can survive now, but what will be able to survive in the future. Right. We are tiny islands, which makes us extremely fragile. Most of our animals, unless they can fly, they cannot progress with climate change. In large countries, you'll see that species, whole groups of species will migrate, but they can't do it here unless they can fly. So if they're stuck on the island and they can't adapt to climate change, they will become extinct.
All right. Miles, I think we have a good idea of what you think is authentic. You showed pretty much a whole video on it. Melinda, would you like to share your thoughts on what an authentic experience is to you?
Of course, coming from the island of Saba, the unspoiled queen of the Caribbean, yeah, you see it forefront. the authentic experience from nature point of view. And like you were saying, authenticity is so broad. It could be from the cultural and heritage side of things to, you know, what is the environmental part of authenticity. But authenticity also plays a critical feature in the formation of tourism satisfaction, because it affects also the quality of the experience. So within a destination, authenticity is key. Your product development, you're constantly thinking, what is authentic for my destination, or what makes me different? So yes, authenticity for all. For Ceiba, I mean, yeah, the ecosystems and what is so unique to Ceiba, we have it forefront. As soon as you land, you're on the destination, you see it.
Right.
It's up front.
It's in your face.
It's in your face.
Sure.
This is the experience and the discussion on it. But I think one thing that we need to make sure that we do not fall into is that belief that authenticity remains standing still, and that means that it may not evolve, or that means as well, because it was there 100 years ago, it needs to remain intact. It also means, the same as culture, we keep on evolving, and it's a choice on the way when we say we build, we create, or we destroy something, it needs to have a purpose, and it needs to have a bigger meaning or a bigger value for it. And then once you look at it from that perspective, you would then also be able to evaluate opportunities. For example, authenticity means creating something that's unique to your destination or to your country or to your neighborhood that isn't the same as you've seen in Miami or you've seen somewhere else. So if I give you a clear example, I was in Dubai recently and I was astonished about it. It felt like I was walking somewhere in the States. I had a Starbucks, I had the clothing line, soup to buy from. So I didn't feel anything authentic from an experience there. Right. It doesn't mean that the country isn't good enough. It just means that what I was looking for as inspirational for travel, you're not getting it traveling 8 hours and seeing the same thing that you've seen in your own backyard. So it's something that we need to be very cautious about in terms of authenticity. Doesn't mean standing still, but it does mean continue to invest and create experiences that are dear and own to you, to your unique factor, making what is your USP. And that is something that we need to have in balance as well, because sometimes I feel the discussion goes into, oh, that means we need to go back 100 years and then remain as is. We may innovate, but then innovate with authenticity.
Okay, point taken. It kind of goes back to your glass of a cocktail on the beach, same thing throughout the Caribbean. So going back to that picture, how does authenticity relate to Bonaire? We've seen it. It's very different. You're putting it in the face of the people, what to expect when they get there, what their behavior is expected to be as well. Does Ceiba do something similar? Is nature in your face when it comes to the marketing material that's being distributed out there to actually attract the guests or visitors that are interested in the environment?
Yes, of course. For Ceiba, I mean, the main marketing, our topography is a mountain within the ocean, so below and above water, so both our underwater assets as well as our national park, it's so people are coming for that. And without our natural asset, without what makes us so unique, we won't have the tourism coming in. So yes, and all our assets is very forefront. It's there. We're also focusing on promoting and putting out there our sustainable efforts. Megan, our airport manager, talked about our solar panel farms. Besides that, we do a lot on recycling. So as a tourist, you see it as soon as you come. It's very clean. It's green. And you're trying to put that up front that, you know, you're coming here, make sure you're recycling, make sure you're putting it in the correct bins. So yes, so from pictures to assets to once on island, the customer journey, we try to promote that and make it very upfront that you're coming to a very special ecosystem.
Okay. What I think is interesting that Ceiba also has a medical school, I believe, and it's very known that people go there to study medicine. If Ceiba is so prominent with the environment, it would be interesting to see a school there that's also offering environmental science as a course. It's just my point of view. So maybe that's something interesting to look forward to the future. Of course, that's not tourism.
One of the things that Ceiba is trying to promote or position itself is as an environmental learning destination. Every year, throughout the year, we have something called the See and Learn Foundation that creates an event throughout the month. We invite experts and alumni from all over the world, and they come and give presentations on certain topics and then the next day you go on the field. So creating a different experience that you not only come to Ceiba and hike and dive, but you're actually going to learn something and create that memory and go back with something completely different. And it's both terrestrial and marine. So creating and positioning Ceiba as a future environmental learning destination.
That's a very interesting, interesting concept.
Yes.
All right, so Melinda, you mentioned it yourself, Ceiba as the unspoiled queen of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
What challenges do you foresee in increasing the visitors to the island in perspective to conserving that unspoiledness in Ceiba?
Well, you know, for Ceiba, we have our limitations. We have the shortest commercial runway in the world, 400 meters. So we know that growth is there, and we will have development. We know that there are certain things that are coming up, and we're trying to balance. The word of balance comes very forefront, and creating also, for example, in our case, we look at fisheries. It's very important for us because we have the Ceiba Bank spiny lobster, which is very popular. It's an export item even for St. Martin restaurants. But if we overfish because of more and more demand, this is where we have the nature policies in place to protect and conserve that we don't overconsume also in certain things. But also that, and also our trails, managing our trails that they're not overpopulated. Mount Scenery is one of our most popular trails. So making sure that it's clean, it's conserved, but also that there's not littering. So I think for us, waste management also, trying to make sure that with development in the future, waste management will also play a role, and environmental degradation, which comes with if we grow and go for the future, environmental degradation for sure. Not only on man, but also what we see also at coral reefs and what's happening. So things that are beyond our control. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a problem of balance, seeing what you're going to do, is there anything in place, any systems in place to prevent these type of things from happening?
Well, we have our policies, our legislations, but also enforcement has to take place, but also the balance within our stakeholders. We have the government plays a role, but also our private sector, public sector, so all partners, also our community play a role in that balance and alignment of our stakeholders. Yeah.
All right. Natasha, there are obvious links between conservation and consumption, as Melinda was mentioning. What are some links that you see at the national park, like specific links between consumption and conservation in the park?
Okay, I mean, nature is being consumed because it's authentic, and especially on Aruba, it's increasingly rare and endangered. And the minute something is that, it becomes highly valuable again. It's a very strange cycle. Nature is consumed. Also, at our park, by the way, we manage 24% of the island, so it's quite a lot. I know we manage more nature than percentage-wise than in the Netherlands does, so that's good, but it's not enough. So consumption is an issue when you have mass tourism, and of course you see it also, the States had issues recently also in the national parks, as nature is highly and increasingly highly valued. So we were having the same issues pre-pandemic. So 2019 was actually an incredible year for us as a park management organization, and then came the big change. So COVID really changed a lot for us as a park organization. We actually, with COVID, we had this mass visitation, which of course was having a huge impact on our environment within the park. So you could see it on the vegetation, which is being destroyed. Bird populations were disappearing. Soil erosion was running havoc. We were having lots of flooding problems. You'd see that our dry river systems or our seasonal river systems were changing in their ecology, which is also having an impact on the local fish. So, you know, it's like a cascade effect, and that was due to mass visitation. So when COVID hit, and we went not only from a lockdown, but we went also into a shelter in place, and that was for us actually the perfect moment to look at the huge difference between 2019 extreme high visitation and going to non-visitation or nearly no visitation. So within a very short period of time, because we're talking about 6 weeks, we already saw the differences. So in the news, they'd say, oh, we have more, for example, at our coast, because we also manage marine protected areas, where we have more turtles, we have more fishes along our coast, and in the park, look, we have more birds. For example, our Aruba Island cascabel, so that's the rattlesnake. Yes, we have a rattlesnake, they're wonderful. And we're we love them, we love them. They're really chill rattlesnakes, by the way. One of the rarest rattlesnakes in the world. I think the most endangered rattlesnake in the world as well, on this island. It's an island species, so you get that. So our cascabel was all around our offices, so we as conservationists were super happy. But we also had our brown-throated parakeets, you know, trying to find nesting places around our offices. So wildlife was returning right there. I mean, when I went, you know, drive in the morning to go and park my car, I have to make sure I don't run over the green iguanas. Those are things you would never see in 2019. So what was basically happening, we weren't having more of these animals. They were actually coming back into areas where they actually, you know, went out of because of human activity. So COVID was a big game changer for us as a park management organization. That is the moment we decided to switch and to shift away from being a park management organization to a nature conservation organization, which is a huge shift for us, and that's going to take us another decade to realize it. But going from mass visitation and then doing a huge switch to go to low impact recreation, nature-based recreation, and it's something that we will be in the coming 10 years collaborating with all our stakeholders, and we have over 100 stakeholders. So, you know, a lot of our work, of course, we're eco-centric. We do nature work, but I would say 80% of our work is actually people work, unfortunately, but it is. And we're going to increasingly do that in a different way as part of our sustainability ambition. So yeah, so that we can together as a community, because it takes a village to take care of nature, which will then take care of us. So, yeah.
So COVID gave you an unfortunate event like COVID brought about a positive change.
Certainly.
COVID did also bring about a lot of negative change, though, for hotels, for the airlines. Miles, do you see the hotels in Bonaire, for example, how have they reacted now post-pandemic? I remember at the beginning, all of a sudden there was a mass inflood of single-use items, not just plastic, but I mean the masks. Suddenly your straw came in a plastic, your knife and fork, again, little ketchups, all of these little condiments, again. How are the hotels or even the restaurants dealing with this now in Bonaire, that tourism is basically open? Is this going back to what it was before, or is this becoming a challenge for them to shift back, kind of not use those products?
Mm-hmm. I think overall, I think we've really used COVID as a time to reset and rethink the way you want to do things. During the COVID period, there were many new laws introduced, such as the banning of the single plastic usage, the type of things that you want to import to make use of it in the tourism industry, but also investment in your product. During the COVID period, I think the island was very fortunate as well to have some kind of support system in place where a lot of properties used the time to invest to make sure their properties went on a type of journey to become more sustainable. We have made use of our Blue Destination Certification program, where we've identified components that the properties would have to then comply within the year that we were closed, and that time was used to reinvest in that product. So to us, we did see it as an opportunity. Of course, we know overall we lost business as well in terms of tourism receipts, but there was a lot of local generated investment and traffic within the product portfolio to not only to enhance, but to create a more efficient and better product overall. And that has been done. It's currently still being rolled out as we speak, which is part as well of the Blue Destination Certification vision for the future. And it's something that during the COVID pandemic got extra attention because it was time then to really make use of the certification program to live up to the new standards of the future. And so that's basically, I think, an opportunity. And then the first topic you mentioned was, for example, the consumption versus the reality of what actually the conservation efforts are. One of the limitations that we've seen around the world is, and also on the islands, is that a lot of the conservation efforts are all being done on a voluntary basis. We do not look at it as a business model. We always look at it from a perspective, oh, you are a stagiaire, or you have a year off, and you're going to help and then to do something with turtles, or you're going to do something with the corals, or maybe the national park. But we need to also look at it from a business perspective that nature isn't for free. If you conserve it, it costs you money. You need to invest in it as well. If you want to protect it for the future, there is what we call in Dutch a prijskaartje on it. And nature is given to us for free, and that's who gave us to us, we can decide upon that. But it's given to us for free, but it's our responsibility to protect it. And then that's why I believe that if it's really our biggest asset, why aren't we charging for these experiences for us to be able to use back for conservation efforts? And then we put more energy and, let's say, power behind all of these individual conservation groups and efforts and teams coming up on a voluntary basis to protect and manage different areas, but it isn't a sustainable business model. And that is something that we need to make sure as well, that the energy on the financial side of it is also backed up with this, because we recognize it, we talk about it, but structurally we do not take them into account when we really say we want to spread the income from tourism on back to the community to be able to move forward in the future. So that is something that I believe in terms of consumption, that it will balance it, and that you can offset a lot of footprint that this tourism industry brings to these nature areas around the world.
Okay, so then that brings me to the question of, I'm one of those people, by the way, who lives in Aruba and have never been to Bonaire.
Mm-hmm. Shame on you.
I guess.
Joke.
So it seems like from your presentation before and from what you're saying now that, of course, everything's on a voluntary basis when it comes to conservation, and that the responsibility is placed on the companies and also on the visitors by kind of giving them that message of what we expect from them, from their behavior when they're on Bonaire. So what does the legislation around conservation look like Bonaire? Is there not much there, or is it difficult to regulate? What are your thoughts on that? Should such legislation be increased?
Of course, I think as we evolve around time, due to the digitalization of many things and many changes around the world, the legislation also would need to keep up with all of the latest trends coming up. When we talked about, for example, in my presentation on the way we fund tourism, it's the legislation that determines the way we fund it. It is the legislation that determines that if somebody comes to your destination and wants to snorkel, if there is a fee to it, yes or no, or what are the rules that they need to obey to. It is legislation that determines if you would allow a certain type of plane to land in your airport or not. So if we decide, for example, by 2030 that we want only electric cars running for the ABC Islands, it is a vision, is a dream, but it's legislation that will help this to be implemented. So I do believe that legislation isn't a one-off thing that you decide today and then you're set for the future. It is a constant role to update and to be as forefront possible to be able to allow all of these new ideas and energy and opportunities that we believe will help to build the business case of a sustainable destination to be able to make it happen. So it is a balance. It is not a one-off thing to do today and then you're set, but it's a continuous journey to be able to update and then to create. And that's where I think all of us as leaders, as partners, need to be the front runners into providing the expertise into creation of this legislation. Because what we do know from the islands is all of our legislation is all the time outdated. It's 40, 60, 70, 80 years ago. The only things that we discuss today is about everything that happens in the world, but we don't really focus on us. And then that's why I do believe that the legislation is really outdated and it does not recognize the new era of what we call the tourism industry.
Okay, I can see that, but legislation, sometimes it takes time before a law is passed. So maybe by the time we're putting in legislation for this circumstance, by the time it's put into law, it's already outdated. And then to find a way to regulate it, is there the funds? Is there the staff? How are we going to enforce it? So I think maybe legislation...
Correct. It's a choice. And I think legislation, it's based on the human factor of it that we decided it should take a year or 2 years to be able to get approved. But it's a willingness and the choice to get it approved. I've seen legislations be introduced within a month or two. That's also possible. It's just phone calls being made to make sure everybody passes it. But I also seen legislation taking 10 to 50 years. It's all about the choice and a matter of determination if this is relevant or priority for you as an organization or as a country. And we always try to back it up based on what the history has shown us, but it is up to us to redefine what the future will be for us.
Do you think that increased legislation will affect the attractiveness of a Caribbean destination for the tourists?
I think for the future overall, and I think if I take myself for example, or the new generation coming up, the new generation will be very critical. It will be the generation that will set boundaries of what they believe is inspirational, what they want to experience. If we talk to, for example, a 15-year-old about timeshare, they will tell you, it's like, timeshare who? Like, why would they need to buy the same building there and stay there for the whole, their whole generation of thinking is different. So we need to make sure that we also prepare ourselves for that portion of the next chapter of the future. And I do believe that the travelers will be not only more conscious, but really these things will be the determining factor of what they choose, where to consume their time and spend their investment in. And it's up to us to not only do it for them, but look at it from our perspective, how can we preserve what is ours for future? And the visitors are welcome to join us on our journey. And we do not have to move just because the visitor will move to A or B. We put our ground rules in and the visitors can join our experience.
Okay. So Natasha, moving away from legislation and regulation, kind of. In your biography, you mentioned an experience that you had when you were 6-year-old. You remember that you were observing a colony of ants around your driveway, and that automatically went, okay, nobody's cars are passing here anymore, so you can protect the ants so they can go about their business. Are there any instances or areas, specific areas in Aruba that you feel need that sort of protection, where people are not allowed to visit there for a certain amount of time, or maybe even no intervention from conservationists?
All right, so, okay.
Sorry.
You're talking to conservationists, but yeah. No, you know, I think conservation, the conservation world has come a long way. So in the 60s, as it was really coming up, the idea then was to actually, you know, have a nature reserve and then place a gate around it, a fence around it, and keep humans out. We now know that's a recipe for disaster. And now we also know that, you know, humans and the biosphere are interconnected and interdependent. So also from a conservation point of view, we also look at the human factor. You have to incorporate it in every single way into your conservation work. You cannot do without it. But considering certain areas that are fragile, you will have to seasonally, and we are having a huge discussion internally as well. We have a place that we call Conchi, which is the natural pool. It's on the wild coast, we call it, and it's like a little jacuzzi. It used to look like a beautiful aquarium. We have our house eel in there, Maury eel. He scares people sometimes. Often there's a lionfish in there, we have to take him back out. Once in a blue moon, there's a sea turtle in there. We also rescue the sea turtle from the humans, not the other way around. So we are increasingly managing these areas. And for example, Conchi is the #2 attraction on the island. The #1 is Lighthouse. And it is so heavily visited, and it's degrading. We're seeing it. We're now, monitoring it and seeing the... And we're now wondering, do we just let it go and let that be a human place and then, make sure you conserve the rest? So these kind of discussions we're having internally to see how do you do your zoning? Do you do seasonal closing of certain areas? How are we going to manage that with our tour operators? Which means actually that, like I said, we do a lot of people work and it's increasing. When we last year started in our strategic master plan for the coming 10 years, we were like, why are we doing so much people work? We need to be, doing conservation. We downsized because of COVID by 30%. So we were really running around. And then we suddenly discovered we have more than 100 stakeholders. And now we know we have to do it together with the stakeholders. So when we're going to close areas and so on, we actually have to get all our stakeholders involved so that they understand why are we doing it. We're not doing it to be difficult. But we really need to do it to conserve our nature and our biodiversity and the very unique species that we have. And each island is unique in the Caribbean, really unique. So if you're looking at it, authenticity, every island has its own authenticity. So we're going to have to work together and agree on more regulation, zoning management, and collaboration in that sense, and willingness to, give and take. Yeah.
Okay. So regulation, but internally, so...
yeah, it's actually a whole array of things. It's not only, it's laws indeed, and I completely agree with Miles. And by the way, we have some interesting new laws developing, trends, rights of nature is one. Belgium is in the process of putting ecocide into their criminal code. So there are really exciting stuff happening in environmental law at the moment. But at the same time, indeed, you have to look at having incentives. There has to be enforcement. If not, you might as well not have those laws. But we are discovering as a nature conservation organization that apart from all of that, the most important thing that we need to do really is have a lifestyle shift, a complete mental switch into a sustainability lifestyle. And that is huge. And for that, we are starting now to delve into the realms of conservation psychology to find out, how do you get behavioral change, which is needed. Because the minute, for example, you put incentives to, push the sustainable behaviors, if you take away the incentives, people will just drift back into the baseline behavior.
Right.
So if you put in enforcement and you punish people, people might get resentful. And on Aruba, certainly they have very creative ways of bypassing everything. So then you come into a kind of a war zone with us, which happens. So those kind of things, they're there, but they don't necessarily work. The most important thing is behavioral change, and we're trying to do that on the inside out. Because we also, as a nature conservation organization, need to walk our talk. If not, we will end up greenwashing as well. So internally, we're now starting to develop in the coming 10 years a culture of sustainability, which means taking all our employees along, just like AAA is actually ahead of us. So we're always looking at them, and they're a beautiful example. You need passionate people within your organization. That change has to happen from the inside out, and it has to be a lifestyle change. If not, it's not going to be sustainable.
All right. Our time is almost up. So I'd like to ask if anybody has any really pressing issues that they want to bring forward briefly with the 1 minute that we have left. Melinda, Natasha, Miles?
Ladies first.
Well, I think one of the things we see in various destinations, especially in small island developing states, is that many times we are under-leveraging our nature, and we are cutting ourselves short as destinations. And the most important part is that we can educate the visitors coming in, but also the residents that are there, but also the value. Why am I paying to come to this destination? Why am I contributing? And that's a little bit what Miles already said, because it goes back into conservation efforts or different areas. But yes, many destinations are under leveraging themselves at this moment.
All right, well, looks like our time's up. 40 minutes went by a lot faster than I thought it would. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being on the panel today with me up here.
Thank you.
Your contributions are amazing. And I hope that you all enjoyed the discussion and continue to enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed our second conference day of A Flight to the Future. Also a friendly reminder for all of our workshop participants, today's inter-island workshop will take place at 4, and at the same time we also have a masterclass on the topic of e-flight passenger experience, don't forget. Thank you very much for your attention and for also being an active participant on day 2 of this conference. Tomorrow, we will be addressing the topic of pushing the limit, changing the future. And this topic is based on sustainable operations of airports. So once more, thank you to all of our partners, everybody who participated, and we will see you again tomorrow. Temayang, masyadanki.